Mr. Mayor, we're now live.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Due to the COVID-19 emergency declaration, this meeting of Ajax Council is being held electronically and live streamed on the town's website. All members of council in attendance are participating by audio and video teleconference, and town staff are available throughout the meeting if council members have any questions on the agenda. For members of the public watching from home, please bear with us if we encounter any technical difficulties throughout the meeting. I'll now call this meeting to order and ask Councillor Tyler Moore to do the land acknowledgement, please.
Thank you, Mayor. We would like to begin this meeting by acknowledging that the land on which we gather is situated within the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas. More specifically, the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, signatories of the Gunshot Treaty of 1788 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. This land is and will continue to be home to the Indigenous peoples. Let us acknowledge the mistakes and traumas of the past through authenticity and support truth and reconciliation. Let us engage and celebrate Indigenous communities by being leaders of action in acknowledging the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations towards truth and reconciliation. Let us keep these principles close as we continue towards truth and reconciliation as we move forward with kindness and respect as a community.
Thank you, Councillor Tyler Moore. Does any member of council have any disclosure or pecuniary interest on items on tonight's agenda? Nope. Please note, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to the minutes, I have moved by Councillor Lee, second by Councillor Bauer, that the following minutes of previous council meetings be adopted. The regular meeting of October 18th, the closed session meeting of October 18th, the special meeting of October 20th, the closed session meeting of October 20th, the special meeting of October 25th, and the closed session meeting of October 25th. Does anybody have any questions or comments or errors and omissions on the minutes? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Those in favor of approval, please. Any opposed? None. That is carried. Mr. Clerk, did any member of the public submit any questions for a question period or wish to speak and ask questions during question period?
Mr. Mayor, we did not receive any questions. We did receive one piece of correspondence in relation to business arising from notice of motion item 9.1, which was forwarded to council earlier today.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to section 5, delegations and presentations. We have 5.1, Accessibility Advisory Committee Annual Report to Council, International Day of Persons with Disabilities 2021 by Roseanne Pernoisi, Accessibility Advisory Committee Chair. Roseanne, whenever you're ready.
Wonderful, thank you. I apologize if my video doesn't come on. I'm not sure what is happening to it today. I will continue. Good evening, Your Worship, council, staff, and members of the Ajax community. My name is Roseanne Pernoisi, 2021 Chair of the Town of Ajax's Accessibility Advisory Committee. I am here this evening to present a summary annual report on behalf of the committee. And the next slide, yes. Although the committee has faced challenges over the last couple of years to maintain community engagement during the pandemic, we rose to the occasion and have been consulted on a variety of projects and initiatives, which I will briefly highlight in the following few slides. There has been excellent feedback from members on the electronic meeting process, and we enjoy the opportunity to live stream our meetings to provide greater accessibility and awareness of the work of the community. And we welcomed Councillor Lisa Bauer to the committee, who will be with us for the remainder of the term. Some of the items we've been involved in providing feedback on over the past few months include consultation on the annual multi-year accessibility plan status report the Ajax Public Library Makerspace Survey, the private transportation bylaw, the age-friendly business guide, the draft proposed Indigenous Community Healing Garden, and the Regional Accessibility Awards and Town of Ajax Community Awards. And the next slide. The committee has participated in discussions regarding community feedback relating to accessibility, innovation, and barrier removal. Notably, the town was contacted by a resident with the suggestion to install large communication boards in our park system to provide additional inclusion and awareness of communication disabilities. Staff will be seeking budget approval for this pilot installation in 2022. Additionally, pedestrian access and safety concerns were identified at the Baywood Plaza in South Ajax, with vehicles regularly parking in a space in direct conflict with the pedestrian connection to the sidewalk and public transit stop. Thanks to the support of bylaw services, the property manager made improvements to the site by way of line painting to prevent vehicles from parking in conflict with the path of travel. The committee has also reviewed correspondence from residents expressing public transit concerns during the COVID-19 pandemic and continues to converse with Durham Region Transit. Next slide. One of the highlights of the committee's annual work plan is planning recognition of National Accessibility Week in May of each year. This year was no exception, with a return to community events, albeit virtually. It was an excellent opportunity for the committee to partner with staff across the organization from recreation, culture, and community development, economic development, active transportation, and the Ajax Public Library to deliver engaging opportunities to spread accessibility awareness in our community. And the next slide. In October of this year, the committee partnered with the Treat Accessibility Movement to promote inclusive trick-or-treating practices. Informational giveaways were handed out at the Drive-In Pumpkinville event, and lawn flags were distributed through all 3 library branches. A photo contest was held for residents to submit images of their accessible and inclusive trick-or-treating setup for a prize draw. Congratulations to the Gibbons family, who took home the pizza party prize pack. The next slide. Next month, we will be wrapping up the year with recognition of International Day of Persons with Disabilities on December 3rd. Tonight, we are seeking council support in recognizing December 3rd as International Day of Persons with Disabilities by way of a proclamation request. First established by the United Nations in 1992, the observance of the day aims to promote an understanding of disability issues and mobilize support for the dignity, rights, and well-being of persons with disabilities. It also seeks to increase awareness of gains to be derived from the integration of persons with disabilities in every aspect of political, social, economic, and cultural life. In celebration on December 3rd, the committee, in partnership with the Ajax Public Library, will be hosting a virtual In Conversation event with award-winning author and former Ajax educator, Dorothy Ellen Palmer, who will discuss her adoption disability memoir, Falling for Myself. We have also arranged to offer a free on-demand virtual film screening of the Oscar-winning film Sound of Metal, featuring the story of a drummer who loses his hearing and how it impacts his art and life. And pre-registration for both events is available online at ajaxlibrary.ca. And the next slide. As we look ahead to next year and the end of our committee term, members look forward to continued collaboration and partnership opportunities, reviewing accessibility considerations for the 2022 municipal election, and are optimistic for the return of in-person meetings and events. Next slide. On behalf of all our members, we thank you for Council's continued support. And I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Does any member of council have any questions on the delegation? Regional Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much for your presentation. You're always a very hardworking committee, and I appreciate all the work that you do for inclusiveness and accessibility in Ajax. I'm wondering, as you know, Metrolinx is coming to town. sounds like it should be a Christmas song. And I'm wondering if this committee has had an opportunity or was given an opportunity to give any submissions for this project.
We have. So we have had a presentation by Metrolinx and all of the anticipated construction that, particularly in Pickering Village, with the renovations that would have to be done at the St. Elizabeth bridge, the bridge at Elizabeth Street, I should say, as well as the way they will be reconfiguring Highway 2 and Church Street. I guess that's the major concern. So that's ongoing. They did a preliminary presentation, but nothing concrete, just the concept.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for this excellent presentation. I am new to this committee, but I have thoroughly enjoyed my time. What a very dedicated group of residents with great attention to detail. So I thank you so much for that. I've been able to be part of the site plan subcommittee, so always learning for sure. And I just wanted to point out, regarding the Baywood Plaza and the painting of the strips, just as a point to everyone that this was sort of outside of a committee meeting. This was a member who saw this. It was not during a meeting, it was just during day-to-day functioning, and brought this to the committee. And then it was the committee's action, and Sarah Moore is a wonderful coordinator. And they were able to solve this. So I just wanted to point out that this committee is always on the lookout for improvements regarding accessibility in our town. So I thank you very much for that. And just to confirm, the date of Sound of Metal and the guest speaker is on December 3rd, is that right?
Yes, Dorothy Palmer's presentation, I'm actually one of the co-hosts for that event, is December 3rd at 7 p.m.
Okay.
And that will be virtual in conversation. The Sound of Metal should begin, the airing should begin that night. However, I can't tell you for sure. That should be on the library's website at this point.
Okay, so we can find information at on the ajaxlibrary.ca.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bauer.
Thank you. And Councillor Dies is next.
Thank you. I just wanted to say how interesting your accessible trick-or-treating initiative was, and it really made me think about how we could change to make it easier for children. And I've seen some of that through COVID, where people were actually moving things to the bottom of their driveway by the sidewalk, and I thought that was a great way to do it. So I just wanted to say, thanks for that, because it made me think a little more about it. And I hope that you continue that in coming years so that we can help educate people about that.
Well, thank you, Regional Councillor. Yes, it was, I actually had a giant dinosaur costume on at the end of my driveway. And I think that attracted a lot of people to move to their driveways. So that was wonderful. Thank you.
Anything further? I'll just wrap it up with Mr. Clerk's help, if he could put up the proclamation. It gives me great pleasure on behalf of the Corporation Town of Ajax hereby proclaim December 3rd, 2021 as International Day of Persons with Disabilities, presented on behalf of myself and all members of council. Thank you very much for your delegation today and all the great work that you and the committee do. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mayor Councillor.
Moving on to the next, we have (5.2) presentation of the Heritage Advisory Committee Annual Report to Council. Anderson Mendonca, Heritage Advisory Committee Chair. Anderson, whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, Mayor Collier and members of council. My name is Anderson Mendonca, and it is with great pleasure this evening that I am able to bring you the highlights of the Heritage Advisory Committee for the year 2021. 2021 has continued to be a remarkable year, especially with the ongoing challenges presented to us by COVID-19. But with the support of staff, of town staff, and the Heritage Advisory Committee has been able to continue with virtual meetings as a result. The Heritage Advisory Committee continues to support the council's oversight of the town of Ajax heritage. The Heritage Advisory Committee is a legislated committee under the Ontario Heritage Act. Our role is to advise and support council on matters relating to heritage. The committee consists of 9 residents of the town of Ajax, 1 city councillor who for this year happens to be Councillor Khan, as well as 2 town staff members consisting of Michael Sawchuk and Sarah Moore. We've been meeting virtually for the whole year and have had excellent attendance and participation from all the members of the committee. Next slide, please. So I want to start off by talking a little bit about the purpose of our committee. The slide up.
My apologies, having a momentary technical difficulty.
No problem. I'll go into explaining our purposes, and once the slide pops up, it'll all be clear as mud to everyone. So our purpose is to promote and preserve is one of our 5 purposes, and what that means is that we're promoting and preserving the unique local history, which includes the natural, cultural, and architectural heritage within the town of Ajax. Conserve, by protecting historical assets through managing changes in a way that sustains its significance. Another one of our purposes is to educate by assisting the community in understanding its beginnings, how it's continued to develop, and what the future holds for us. Celebrate the contribution. We're here to celebrate the contributions of residents who have made a significant impact on our heritage. And finally, it's part of our name of the committee, we advise on matters that affect and impact our local heritage. Next slide, please. So on to our mandate. Our mandate primarily consists of public outreach, which is to promote the heritage and history of the town of Ajax. We also are there to identify and advise on the designation of properties and the properties to be added to the Heritage Register. Support and maintain Ajax archives. This has been an area that's going through some changes more recently. However, we preserve historical information, artifacts, sites, and architecture within the town of Ajax. Recommend and comment on town policies and planning applications that has potential impact on the heritage and heritage sites within the town of Ajax. And once again, part of our mandate is to celebrate, and that is by identifying and making special recognition of noteworthy past and present residents of the town of Ajax. Next slide, please. Here's a list of some of our 2021 consultation highlights. As you see, some of the items on here are conserving our heritage. Others are more about preserving heritage as best as we can. We realize that sometimes progress requires change, and usually we try to accommodate that as best as we can while preserving as much heritage as we can. As you see, we also had the opportunity this year to review a conservation plan, ask questions, and further educate ourselves on how this conservation plan would affect the town. We designate properties so that we could preserve historical significance. We have been researching insurance so as to educate owners of heritage properties on what their insurance rights are. We have also celebrated the contributions of residents with a nomination for a community award this year. Next slide, please. So the committee spends a lot of time reviewing permit applications for heritage properties. The committee reviews these applications, assesses the proposed changes, evaluates the historic impact, and advises appropriately on the suggested changes that are being applied for. As you see, in this list, the committee has advised on additions to properties, exterior fixtures, restorations, even a new development within the Heritage Conservation District, and also a demolition, actually a couple of demolitions. The committee greatly values the heritage and history in the town and is working with staff to seek answers and solutions on each and every single one of these matters. Next slide, please. So here are some examples of some of the conservation efforts within the past year. There was a sign permit for 224 Kingston Road East, the development of the West Glen historical plaque. So we advised on the text to be included in that. The heritage permit addition for 762 Rossland Road East, which is the O'Connor House. The heritage permit for masonry restoration at 103 Old Kingston Road, which is the Gordon House. That one is actually ongoing right now. If anyone wants to drive by and check it out, the company doing the restoration is more than happy to give to engage in conversation and educate further on what they're doing. There's ongoing management issues at the Elizabeth Street Cemetery, which has fallen to a great deal of disrepair in recent years. Potential impacts of the Durham-Scarborough Bus Rapid Transit Project on Kingston Road West and its impact on our heritage resources. Next slide, please. So this is a Heritage Minute video project that the committee was largely inspired by seeing some of the village videos that were created by town staff member Michael Sawchuk. The committee set out to create their own video series. In a time where virtual and internet-based options are favored, the community began the Heritage Minute video series. The properties are researched and selected by committee members. The town staff has been essential in providing us with resources, pictures, and any other historically significant information that we need to include. Over the course of the year, we have produced 3 videos, each profiling significant town heritage landmarks. We have covered the Quaker Meeting House, which recently went through a major restoration, the St. Francis Center, which is the jewel of Ajax in terms of its art and cultural heritage, and the Old Post Inn, which is the oldest building in the town of Ajax. It has been a great means of education and outreach by the committee in a time where we haven't had the opportunity to be out at events talking about the heritage of the town. On the next slide, there is actually a video, and this briefly explains what goes into the creation of this video project. So I'll let the video play for the next minute or so. I think the sound might not be coming through. Sorry, Alex.
Preserving and promoting the history of our town by using the tools of the present is important to your Heritage Committee. We have been creating short videos exploring our town, which are appearing on town channels and social media. Here's a quick look. These are snippets of our Ajax Heritage Minute, created to build public awareness and a little excitement. Video subjects are chosen for their location, the legend surrounding them, and the lore available to build a story. So far, we have profiled the Quaker Meeting House, the St. Francis Center, and the Old Post Inn. We plan to dive deeper into local history featuring wartime buildings, Simcoe Point, and the Bomb Girls. Reaching out to Ajax citizens helps shed light on the important work endeavored by our town to preserve our past and to bring our heritage into the spotlight.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. So I hope that that video whet your appetite to learn more about these Heritage Minute videos that we've been putting together. If you want to see the finished product of the 3 videos we did already complete this past year, they're on the Town of Ajax Facebook page. With a little searching, I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to enjoy them. And last but not least, you know, we face the same challenges as every other committee and every other individual within the Town of Ajax due to COVID-19. However, the committee continued to meet. Our attendance was very strong, and we advised on a lot of properties within the town. So with that, I will conclude here and open it up to any questions that might be coming my way.
Thank you for the presentation. Questions to the delegation. I have Councillor Khan first.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have questions, but I want to bring to light the amount of work we do on the committee, sir. I know, Anderson, you've been doing a great job as chair, but I just want, you know, council to know how much it takes for us to have to okay the demolishing of a heritage property and the amount of due diligence that's taken in the wealth of knowledge and passion that Mr. Sawchuk brings to this committee, and the passion, of course, that comes with these videos. And I want you to know how much work is put into this committee, and I know we do appreciate it. So thank you, Anderson and Mike and the rest of the committee for your hard work. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, it's questions. Question, Councillor Tyler Moore, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Andrew, for your presentation. Always fascinated with heritage, and a large part of it is in Pickering Village, which is in our ward. Regional Councillor Marilyn Crawford and I. My question is, can you tell me for the Elizabeth Cemetery, I'm very glad that you brought it up. I was by there the other day, and I think some of those headstones are still down. Do you have a timeline-ish? Would it be spring, or when that's going to all be cleaned up, and the headstones that are at the edge almost falling into the cliff? I'm sure you know what I'm speaking of. Quick.
Yes, so absolutely. I know exactly what you're speaking of. It was part of the scope of what we had approached the owners of the cemetery with for repair. They were scheduled to retain a contractor to do all this work by the end of July, I believe. That date came and went, and they're still working with a contractor at this point in time to determine the scope and the timeline of it. So unfortunately, I'm unable to provide you with a timeline on when it'll be done. However, I could confidently tell you that Michael Sawchuk, the town staff member of our committee, is continuously following up with the owners of the cemetery, as well as you know, trying to get updates on the progress that they've made to date. So we're hoping that by spring or summer 2022, it's all done. However, as you can imagine, they're very slow to open up the checkbooks and actually proceed with doing stuff. So that's been a bit of our challenge in the last little bit.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to see this done. I think we've been poking around about this for about the last year, so it doesn't seem to be that big a job, but I'm not an expert. And thank you. Good to hear Mr. Sawchuk's working on it. And one more quick question, Your Worship. Can you tell me about your relationship or meetings with? Did you have meetings with Metrolinx? Did they reach out to you?
So we have not had any meetings or presentations from Metrolinx. Town staff has, and Michael Sawchuk has been providing us with updates. We have not actually approved anything or made any suggestions on the proposed Metrolinx plans going through Kingston Road West there at the present time.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Regional Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much for your presentation and the work that you're doing. I'm sure you're aware that there is a mural that has been commissioned for the village. I just wanted to let you know, or maybe I'll ask it in a question. Did you know that it has already been started?
Yes, and so in the timeline of this is a little bit out. At our last committee meeting, which was at the beginning of November, the committee agreed to go ahead with this, and we were updated that out of the 2 sites that were picked, one was going forward, which was that building right on the corner there of Pickering Village, as you're going westbound on Kingston Road. We found out last week they provided us with 2 graphics of what would be going on there. The committee largely favored one versus the other, and I actually was a little surprised. My parents live in the village, and I was driving over there to see them on the weekend. And on Friday there was a bunch of restoration going on. By Sunday there was white primer on the wall, and when I drove by this afternoon, there was colors going up on the wall. So we were not aware of what the timeline was going to be, but we were aware of the mural going up there.
Yes, it's gone up very quickly, that's for sure. I just wanted to let you know that it had started.
Yeah, I did notice it. I drive down that route quite frequently because my parents live in the village and they help out with my daughter.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for this presentation, Anderson. It's I miss being on the Heritage Committee, so thank you for bringing me up to speed on a lot. You guys have been doing a lot of work, and I'm so happy that you were able to complete the Heritage Minute video project. I know that's been something that has been milling around for quite some time, so I'm so happy to see that done. Do you have any idea of what other videos you might be creating? What other Heritage Minute videos might be next?
Right, so the one on the Old Post Inn is almost completed, so that'll be the next one out. After that, I believe that they want to focus on a couple of the wartime homes that are significant. So probably the properties on Roosevelt Street, the 4 of them that used to be supervisor manager housing, will probably be the focus of the next one. But at the moment, we haven't picked the next topic yet. We just put the finishing touches on the Old Post Inn video.
Great, thank you. They're fantastic. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. That exhausts my speaker list or my question list. Anybody else? Hearing, seeing none. Anderson, thank you very much for all the work that you do and for your presentation tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Worship. Have a good night.
Moving on to our next, we have 5.4 presentation library service. Oh, sorry, 5.3 presentation makerspace study. Sarah Vaisler, Chief Librarian and Executive Officer, and Dove Goldstein, Lord Cultural Resources. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor Collier, councilors, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present our final recommendations for the makerspace development. Next slide, please. The makerspace development, we began January of this year. It was about an 8-month process, which included lots of consultation. Most of you on this call I have spoken to. Includes research and contextual analyses and market analyses and ongoing consultation with the library to develop a series of equipment identification and location analyses, facility requirements, capital cost, and operational needs, and then led to the final plan, which was our recommendations. Next slide, please. So in terms of the development of the project process, we spoke to we spoke to over 800 Ajax residents through surveys, through workshops, through one-on-one interviews. And that through that process, we developed a series of key findings. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in terms of the key findings, we learned from all of you and all of residents that there was widespread enthusiasm and support for the makerspace in Ajax. It needed to be multi-generational, but needs to accommodate and appeal specifically to youth and to seniors. Accessibility, both physically and environmentally and intellectually, be accessible to all. It needs to be a welcoming and inviting and inclusive space, particularly to newcomers to Ajax. And very importantly, it needs to be staffed by qualified staff. A lot of our research found that many of the maker spaces required, and many of the ones that did not do well at the beginning, is because they had staff that weren't equipped, staff that weren't knowledgeable of the equipment, dedicated staff that can engage visitors to the programs and to the equipment. Next slide, please. The hours of operation should align with the needs of its users. So the findings were that they more or less align with the library hours, but there are going to be some nights where, particularly with youth, where we're going to want to stay open on some days or stay open later than the library would normally stay open. Also, consultation found that there was a broad range of activities that was needed, both high-tech and low-tech activities. So what we found actually from a lot of the youth wanted, or many of the youth wanted, more low-tech, hands-on equipment, things to try out new for the maker space. It's important that the space becomes a place for entrepreneurship, to foster entrepreneurship through collaboration and hands-on ideation and collective knowledge. And also the idea that I mentioned before, that it needed to be very tactile, that people wanted to make things. So in terms of our recommendations, if you can go into the next slides, based on all this information and based on the consultation, based on our the research and comparables and ongoing collaboration with the library, our final recommendations are that the makerspace needs to be a dedicated collaborative workplace. It needs to be a space for all residents of Ajax, but targeting specifically teens and young adults. Next slide. That the makerspace will provide free access to hands-on tools, to instruments, to machines, and to equipment, and to provide both offerings of low-tech and high-tech equipment. And from an operational perspective, that the library has dedicated 2.5 FTEs to support the space. So in terms of the next slide, please. In terms of the organization of the spaces, we found that through our research and through our consultation that we had organized the zones into 5 program areas. And this would apply to any of the spaces that we looked at. First is coding, circuitry, and robotics, craft and fabric arts, vinyl cutting machines, sewing machines, so on, digital innovation, creating and doing digitally on higher end computers, and a media lab. And this media lab would be an isolated zone within the makerspace, so that anyone can make and record YouTube videos, music, and a whole host of activities. And we thought that also that there should be a space dedicated within the makerspace for what we're calling a think, make, and show and tell space, where people can collaborate, can think together, can create on whiteboards, and a space they can showcase what they've made. So all these zones will create the makerspace. Next slide, please. So we looked, in terms of a location, we looked at a whole lot of different locations, both within this town of Ajax, both municipally owned and as well as the library. And we know that one of the major findings was that the makerspace was to be located in a library, and made sense to us as well. And so we looked further into the various library locations, and we landed at McLean Branch for a number of reasons. One, it's got great access, it's centrally located, good walk score, all of that, drive score, all of that. It's part of a community center, which is really important, and we can leverage the activity of the community center to use to build an audience for the makerspace. We selected McLean Room number 1 in particular. It's got access right off the main hallway into the community center. It's got street access, and also it was the least disruptive of the other spaces that we had looked at. So all the stars kind of aligned for McLean Room number 1, and that space is about 918 square feet. And this is the space that we made recommendation to move forward. So in terms of the next steps, I know that the business case deliberation through 2022, through the town budget process, design and construction, procurement, all that throughout 2022, and we'll continue into the fall of 2023 and opening, including the purchase of equipment and staffing and all that, staffing beginning in 2022, but opening in the fall of 2023 if everything gets approved, and that is our timeline for the makerspace. Any questions? Thank you.
Questions from members of council. I see Councillor Lee and Councillor Khan next, and then Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question in terms of the amount of municipalities currently using or building or in the process of costing out makerspaces. What's the percentage that you guys have found?
A lot, 70%. I mean, almost every municipality has a form of a makerspace, from large ones to multiple ones. We even did work for a makerspace in Innisfil, a very small town. So the percentage is about, I have the stats in my report, but it's around 60-70% that most municipalities have a makerspace.
Yep, I figured as much. I think it's a great way to really hit a lot of the town's arts objectives, because unfortunately the arts are always one of the first things to go in terms of when it comes to budget, and we'll address that at Capital next week. But I think it's a great way to address that, as well as our STEM and science and all these creative things. So I just think it's an all-in-one catch-all that allows youth, seniors, doesn't matter, to really engage. So I'm really excited about this project, and thank you very much for this presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Khan is next.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Mr. Goldstein. It's a pleasure to see you again.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you. A couple of things that I want to ask you about, but the first thing you and I discussed in detail was, one of your keys to success, I'd like to say, was for it to be welcoming and inclusive. And now, as we spoke in detail, Ajax is almost 57%, if not more, diversity right now. And I just want you to speak a little bit on what you mean by being more welcoming and inclusive within our community.
I think a lot of that has to do with staffing, Councillor. That, for some, equipment can be intimidating. Going to new spaces can be intimidating. And that's where staffing really makes all the difference, because the specific staffing for the makerspace needs to speak to the youth that are going to be using it. And I think not only from an engagement point of view, one of the biggest failures that we've seen are makerspaces, and it doesn't happen anymore, but years ago when makerspaces first sort of hitting Ontario, it wasn't staffed, and they didn't get used. No one came by. No one was able to be engaged. So in terms of accessibility, staffing is critical and makes all the difference in terms of accessibility, in terms of teaching people how to use the equipment, to understand what are the possibilities, and to really work with youth and others to engage with the equipment and the programs, throughout whenever anyone comes to the site. So I think staffing is critical, and that's what we mean by accessibility.
Thank you, Dava. I'm happy to see you were taking my comments into consideration and you have addressed them. Another quick question, and that's my last one. What are we looking at for costing? What's the price tag on this?
So the costing for this is about $375,000 for the fit out, hard and soft construction costs. That was created by an independent cost consultant, A.W. Hooker, plus about $150,000 for furniture and equipment.
Okay, wonderful. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Always a pleasure. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bauer, next.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein, for the update for the report. Very interesting, and a makerspace is something we definitely need here in Ajax. So I just wanted to know, would this be, how would the programming work? Would this be just for Ajax residents or for Ajax library members? And I know the library already offers various programs. Would everything be moved to the makerspace, or would this be a complement? How does that all work?
Maybe Sarah, you want to take this call, but I mean, typically you can have, not everything gets moved to the makerspace because the makerspace has certain equipment, certain activities that is very specific to the makerspace, but not all the activities that are already happening in the library automatically get moved to the makerspace.
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Bauer, it is not a case where we would relocate all programs to the makerspace. It would be in addition to our current programming complement. And this space is designed to be both a programming space, but also a drop-in space, a space where it could be booked for a class visit. It might be available on evenings and weekends for anyone to come in, try, experiment, create, and be inspired. So it would be accessible to the public during all of the library's operational hours at the McLean branch.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. That's all my questions, Chair.
Any other questions? Okay, I have a couple. Mr. Goldstein, you said that 70% of municipalities have maker spaces, but how many are operated by libraries? And how many are operated by the municipalities themselves?
I don't have that number. I don't have that number handy, but most are operated through most maker spaces, at least that we studied in the municipalities, unless it's a privately operated maker space, is operated through the library.
Most of them are.
Yeah.
Okay. So Councillor Khan asked how much they cost. That seemed a little higher than what I'd originally thought. What's the annual operating for these going forward?
The operating, including staffing. Sarah, do you want to take this, or you'd like me to?
Yes, to the mayor, the costs that Mr. Goldstein identified were the capital requirements to build, construct, and furnish the space. The full year operating costs, which include personnel as well as some small supplies and licensing, is just over $200,000. And I will tell you that a fulsome business case is going to be presented through the 2022 operating budget, where we will look at all of the costs and council can weigh this project.
Okay, because I looked through the capital budget already and I don't see anything in the capital budget for this.
This has not been identified through the town's capital reserves. If I could defer to the treasurer in how we may find a funding solution, I'd be happy to do that. Or we could wait until we get to the business case through the 2022.
I don't mind. I don't want to put Diane on the spot for this. I mean, we have a lot of priority items, so I'm just trying to justify in my mind how one $525,000 project should go ahead of another when we've got our, well, those of us that have, everybody's read the agenda for tomorrow morning, we've got a lot of stuff on our plates.
Yes,
I
and
just
certainly, certainly we are not looking to take away from any of the other important capital projects on the books.
Right. And I'm not saying this is not an important capital project. I'm just trying to understand. I want to ask about time frame, because when I met with Mr. Goldstein or virtually and answered the questions, the Village Arena site wasn't on our plates at the time, but that is something that has sort of come in to the much nearer term than what we even thought 6 months ago, potentially. And I'm thinking that might be an ideal location for something like this in a new community type building. So when it comes to time frame, you're talking about 2022 design, 2023 install. Would it be, I guess, really detrimental if it was perhaps 2024 and could coincide with a made space potentially for this specific use?
To the mayor, no, I would say it wouldn't be detrimental, but further to your questioning regarding maker spaces in other communities, I would say all urban libraries, all urban public libraries at this point have at least one makerspace. Many have two or more or offer it in every single branch. So I do not believe that installing a makerspace at the McLean branch may be the last makerspace needed in our facility. I do anticipate this will be a well-used space and we could possibly need additional spaces in the future to deliver these types of services.
Okay, and have you looked into partnering with other outside partners potentially?
Absolutely. The library partners with many organizations, which you've seen even here tonight with the Accessibility Committee, the Heritage Advisory Committee, as well as other not-for-profit organizations. So yes, we would certainly be looking to bring in experts related to media use, music, and certainly how to better use some of the crafting equipment.
Not where I was going with that. I mean, no disrespect to the volunteer organizations, but partners with money to fund this that could put up chunks of money and be partners, or naming rights or that type of thing.
The library does have a naming right policy, and we would be happy to engage sponsors. We are reluctant to put forward a sponsorship package yet without the endorsement of council for this type of space.
Okay, and when will this business case be coming to council?
Through the 2022 operating budget.
So it'll be part of the budget process in February?
That's correct.
Could I request that we maybe have it come to a GGC meeting so we can give it probably the time and that it should have? Because being on the floor at budget is going to be problematic, I would think.
I would be happy to take this to a GGC meeting. I would be happy to.
I would like to look at it before brought on the floor and have to make an immediate decision if at all possible. Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions. Anything further from members of council? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Thank you, Ms. Vaisler, but you're not going anywhere because you're up next for the library report. Just let me bring up my agenda here. Next one is the 5.4 presentation library services fall 2021 update with Sarah again and Doug Miller, library board representative, and members of council. At the end of the presentation, I would like to bring forward departmental report 7.4.1. So then when we ask questions to Ms. Vaisler, we can ask questions on the report as well. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you. I'll be the presentation. My name is Doug Miller. Good evening, Your Worship and councillors. And tonight I'm pleased to provide you an update on the recent library services and to congratulate the winners of our annual bookmark contest. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the library has 3 physical branches, 1 in each ward. These spaces are complemented by our virtual branch, which offers 24/7 services online. Next slide, please. It is clear that the library is a service valued by the community, as seen through our membership. 1 in 5 Ajax residents has a library card. Next slide. Use of the library continues to be strong while we are in the recovery phase of the pandemic. Over 500,000 items have been borrowed so far this year. To illustrate this, if these were all hardcover books stacked end to end, that would be the equivalent of 250 CN Towers. That's a huge contribution to Ajax's shared economy. Next slide. TD Summer Reading Club is our annual signature children's program. It is crucial to helping children avoid the summer slide in between school years. A study from Hamilton Public Library reported significant educational benefits and enhanced self-esteem and confidence in children who participated in TD Summer Reading Club. In fact, there is evidence that suggests children who participate in summer reading programs maintain or improve their reading regardless of age, gender, or socioeconomic status. This year, children participating in Ajax TD Summer Reading Club recorded over 258,000 minutes spent reading, which is the equivalent of 179 days of not binging TV shows. Next slide, please. The library has demonstrated its commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion by creating opportunities to enhance social and civic discourse through programming and panel discussions. Programming like this is important to help spread awareness and provide opportunities to learn about these issues in a safe and non-judgmental space. Additionally, this demonstrates to these specific communities that the library is a trusted place where they belong. Next slide, please. In recognition of the first National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, the library distributed orange ribbons and offered curated resources such as reading lists for all ages, videos featuring Indigenous authors, and recordings of Durham Indigenous Voices panel discussions with the goal of educating our community about Indigenous histories and heritage. Next slide, please. Looking forward, the library is continuing its commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion services. The library will be offering STEM programming for Black youth, recognizing the International Day of Persons with Disabilities by showing a movie and hosting an author visit, and by providing free holiday craft kits celebrating Hanukkah, Christmas, Kwanzaa, Chinese New Year, and Pa Dandu. The library is also very excited about its market space study, which was just presented to you. Next slide, please. The library has held its annual 2022 Design a Bookmark contest. On screen are the winning bookmarks. The following video will introduce you to all the children and their bookmarks. One bookmark will be released each month in 2022 at the library. Please join me in congratulating this year's winners. Now the video.
Hi, my name is Ann. I'm 10 years old and I created the bookmark of January 2022.
Hi, my name is Joshika. I'm 8 years old and I created the February bookmark.
Hi, my name is Arnav and I'm 6 years old. I created the March bookmark.
Hello, my name is Fizza. I'm 11 years old, and this year I made a bookmark for the April's Bookmark Contest. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Henry. I'm 11 years old, and I created the May bookmark.
Hi, my name is Ava and I'm 12 years old. I created the June bookmark.
Hello, my name is Ahana Paul. I am in grade 5 and I am 10 years old. I am in a school named Westney Heights Public School. I created this bookmark because I feel reading more and more books will increase our knowledge. So when we grow up, we can stand tall and have freedom like a big, tall tree. Thank you.
3.
Hi, my name is Callan. I'm 5 years old and I got selected for the bookmark. It is August 2022.
Hi, my name's Olivia and I'm 9 years old. And this year I created a September bookmark. Bye, have a lovely day.
Hi, my name is Allison. I'm 6 years old. I created the October bookmark. Hi, my name is Kanishka. I'm 8 years old and I created the November bookmark. Hi, my name is Autumn. I'm 9 years old and I created the December bookmark.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation. The library's chief librarian and executive officer is here with me and will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I think I'll start by saying congratulations to all the bookmark winners. They did a great job once again. Hopefully they're all watching. Thank you for your participation. Any members of council have questions for Mr. Miller and Ms. Faisler? You've been very thorough, no questions, and I don't think I had any either. So, oh, Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. That was a great presentation. Thank you. And congratulations to all those winners. That was fantastic. So just a quick question. So first, how many bookmarks did you have to choose from to narrow it down to 12? I guess there's a lot.
Sarah, maybe I could send that over to you.
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Bauer, I was hoping I had that in front of me. I don't have that number, but I'd be happy to get back to you and council on the total number.
Yeah. No, thank you. And the supporting small and local businesses, the events that the library held with the Falcon and the cheese and the charcuterie and baking at its best, Kettle Boy Coffee, Bread Chubby. I was able to attend one of them and it was fantastic and it was a trivia night as well. So it was a nice way to learn about the town. But just curious, how did you come up with these businesses?
We partner with economic development to identify businesses who may be willing to participate in this type of partnership. And so as you can see, we try to cycle through and choose different businesses to raise the profile of small businesses in Ajax. And in follow-up to your questions, I have found the number. There were 70 bookmark contest participants in total.
Wow, tough choices to make. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Further, Councillor Dies, I see your hand.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. I just wondered, Sarah, how many of the panel discussions did you do this year? I quite enjoyed, when I can get on them, I have time to do it. I quite enjoyed the Indigenous panel discussion. They were really forthcoming with information, very frank, and I learned quite a bit. And I know from Lisa and I know from our ward meetings that some of our residents have been attending the library discussions as well. So I was just wondering how many you did this year. You seem to be everywhere.
Through the mayor to Regional Councillor Dides, yes, our panel discussions are incredibly popular. We have had 7 different topics presented on the list, including anti-Asian racism, drag queen story time. This is more about equity and diversity inclusion, but then the Durham Indigenous Voices series, which was a multi-sessioned event, and anti-Muslim racism. And then we had a panel discussion recently on November 17th on Trans Day of Remembrance panel.
Well, congratulations. They were really well done and people have enjoyed them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further? I'll just close up with one question. Next year is your 70th anniversary of the library serving our residents. Do you have anything special planned yet that you can share with us?
We are still planning those efforts, but we are looking at trying to feature some heritage images on some of our library cards. So stay tuned as we launch special new cards. Of course, we will also have a full programming complement to support 70 years of serving library customers in Ajax.
Excellent. And I also attended one of those trivia nights, and the chocolate cheese was interesting, but it did pair nicely with that dark beer that came from Falcon as well. Very interesting. Thank you very much, Sarah, for everything you do. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Miller.
you.
Okay, moving along, we have, oh boy, let me go back here. Our next presentation, 5.5, Durham's Homelessness Support and Coordinated Access System. Aaron Villant, Program Manager of Affordable Housing and Homelessness Initiatives, Region of Durham, and Alex, I hope it's Alex Riddell, Program Coordinator of Homelessness Initiatives, Region of Durham. Whenever you are ready, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick outline of what we'll be speaking about this evening. I'd also like to introduce our team. So we oversee Durham's homelessness support and coordinated access system through the Region of Durham. The Region of Durham acts as system manager who manages federal and provincial homelessness funding and is accountable for demonstrating reductions in chronic homelessness. You'll hear me talk about chronic homelessness a lot tonight. Chronic homelessness means that somebody has been experiencing homelessness for 6 months or longer within a 1-year period. We are also responsible for having available funded supports in every municipality across Durham. That includes a responsibility for inflow into homelessness and preventing homelessness wherever and whenever possible, supporting people who are actively homeless through shelter and street outreach programs, and outflow from homelessness into housing programs and all of the supports that is needed to help somebody remain stably housed. Next slide, please. Durham's 2021 point in time count happened this last October. And I just wanted to point out point in time counts can be helpful at a provincial and national level when data is rolled up to monitor trends tracked year over year. And it's important to note that most other areas don't have by name lists or coordinated access systems like we do here in Durham. And so upper tier governments need a standardized tool to collect homelessness data over large geographical areas. However, in Durham, we do have our by name list, and that's the data that we focus on for our service planning. A point in time count really only provides non-identifying data, which is data for data's sake, and doesn't help us to identify the support and service needs of people in our community. It's also used only on one specific day and doesn't provide us with a comprehensive information about why people are becoming homeless in the first place. And our by name list is significantly more robust, and most importantly, it's actionable. We use our by name list every single day to match people to housing and supports. And I'll explain this a little more clearly on the next slide. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, next slide, please. Thank you. So what is the difference between a by name list, a coordinated access list, and a priority list? So the first largest blue circle is unknowable. People come in and out of homelessness every day without ever touching our support system. The second green circle comes from point in time counts and is really only useful for a longitudinal analysis to loosely track baselines. And again, it's not actionable data and not something that we're focused on here in Durham. The third orange circle is where we start to enter our sphere of influence as Durham's homelessness support system. The orange circle, the by name list, allows us to track micro level data at the individual level to know who is homeless in our community and what their unique support needs are. It also allows us to track system level data so that we can monitor our inflow, our actively homeless number monthly, and our outflow. The fourth turquoise circle is all of those people on our by name list who are active. This means that they are still homeless and still connected to our support system. And the last and smallest circle is how we prioritize people from our by name list for limited housing resources as they come available. And this helps us to be transparent in how we prioritize and match people in our community. Next slide, please. And so just before I explain a little bit more about how coordinated access works, I wanted to draw attention to 3 important things. So Org Code, an international leader in homelessness research and advocacy, outlines 3 universal truths after extensive research in communities across North America. One, that an analysis of shelter data in communities demonstrates that a vast majority of shelter users and people experiencing homelessness only experience homelessness once in their life and for a brief period of time. This is typically 2 weeks or less. Second, that a vast majority of people can and will solve their own homelessness. People have always done this without housing programs being available. And third, that most people living with low income, with mental health or addictions, or who have other barriers are more likely to be housed than to be homeless. And while these are all evidence-based truths, they are often discounted or unknown. And our role as Durham's homelessness support system is to attach more supports to people who aren't able to resolve their own homelessness. So there are 3 key steps to coordinated access. The first is to direct people experiencing homelessness to community access points to be added to our by name list. And in Durham, there is an established process for intake onto our by name list through community access points. The second is to use a common assessment tool and transparent prioritization criteria to triage people for available housing and supports. And the third is a centrally managed referral process for housing supports. And all of our housing focused programs receiving homelessness funding in Durham are participating in our coordinated access system and fill their vacancies directly through our by name list. Next slide, please. This is just a picture on how coordinated access works. And so on the left side, the alternative to coordinated access would be to continue to provide services on a first come, first served basis. These models really allocate resources to those people who can better navigate the support system, not those who need the services the most. And coordinated access is the most equitable and efficient way to provide support services. So an example I like to use is that of an ER room. So if somebody goes to the emergency room, they have trained professionals there to triage everybody coming in to identify who needs to receive that support service first. Next slide, please. So this is our monthly tracker and how we're measuring our progress towards reducing and ultimately ending chronic homelessness here in Durham. As you can see, our by name list has remained fairly stagnant since January, and we do recognize that we have work to do to start seeing a reduction in our baseline, and this is something that we are continuously working on. It's also important to note that this graphic only represents chronic homelessness, and chronic homelessness is about roughly % of the total number of people on our by name list at any given time. I'd also like to pause here to acknowledge that we know that not everyone experiencing homelessness in Durham region is on our by name list. Reasons include significant mental health, cognitive, or severe addiction challenges, or a choice to not engage with our support system. Right now, we know more than 32 people who aren't on our by name list because they're not able to engage or provide informed consent due to significant and persistent mental health and addictions concerns. And it's critically important for us to identify clearly what we cannot do, or at least what we cannot do alone. These bigger and more complex health and social issues are things that the homelessness support system does not have sole ownership to fix, and things that can't be solved overnight. This includes the opioid epidemic, the need for long-term treatment beds, significant mental health and psychosis, the labor and housing market and social assistance rates. There's no emergency response or social service response to fix a years-long buildup of system failures. Now, this is not to say that we can't support people who do have high support needs and who are on our by name list and engaged. And in fact, almost half, about 46% of people on our by name list have high or very high support needs, and each month are successfully housed across Durham region through Housing First programs. Next slide, please. So to bring it back to our by name list and what we do have the ability to improve and the commitment to improve, we know that most people on our by name list are single adult males. We know 46% of people on our by name list have high support needs and likely need a Housing First program or supportive housing program model to remain successfully housed. 33% have moderate support needs and the remainder have low support needs. Some AJAX specific data that you may find interesting is there's currently 19 people on our by name list who identify AJAX as their home community. Half of those folks are chronically homeless. There is 1 youth, 14 adults, and 4 seniors. It's also important to highlight, we went back and took a look at our shelter data and our homelessness support system data back from 2015 onwards, and it consistently shows that about 30% of people accessing homelessness support services in Durham region are not residents of Durham, and that figure has remained very stable since 2015 to current. Next slide, please. So to promote transparency and information sharing regarding the scope and extent of homelessness in Durham, we have recently launched our new monthly Built for Zero report card. This report card is updated monthly and shared with members of our Health and Social Services Committee, through our Durham Advisory Committee on Homelessness Minutes, and posted publicly on durham.ca every month. It provides information on how many people have been added to our by name list each month and how many people have been removed, either because they were housed or because we have lost contact with them. We will share how many people have been housed throughout the year and track our progress towards reducing chronic homelessness through 2 key reduction milestones. So the first red line is to reduce our baseline by 10%, followed by a 50% reduction, and ultimately reaching functional zero to end chronic homelessness. Next slide, please. So I'll briefly highlight some of our 2021 initiatives and strategies. Thank you. So in 2020, at the outset of the COVID-19 pandemic, Durham Region's homelessness support system made the decision to recommit to being housing focused. So this means that we want to focus on solutions to homelessness and not just manage the symptoms of homelessness. Our Durham Advisory Committee on Homelessness set a new vision and mission to ensure that homelessness in Durham is rare, brief, and occurs once in a person's life. And our scope really is our by name list and coordinated access system, and working to get people on our by name list so that we know who they are and what they need to end their homelessness. We are responsible for ensuring that we have the right mix of supports and housing opportunities to drive reductions in our by name list. We are also committed to continuous improvement. And while this isn't something that happens overnight, we do use our data each day to inform our planning and decisions. When a name is added to a wait list, the expected outcome is to wait. But when a name is added to a by name list, and in particular our by name priority list, the expected outcome is action. A by name priority list forces communities to match resources to those priorities instead of just looking at who is eligible for the resources that we do have. And also in 2020, we developed a new set of key performance indicators that was rolled out with federal and provincial funding to monitor the effectiveness of segments of our homelessness support and coordinated access system. We have more recently onboarded OrCode Consulting to conduct a full system review to help us ensure that our system is set up for success post-pandemic. Next slide, please. Some of the specific activities that we rolled out in 2020 and 2021 is a new comprehensive housing-focused street outreach strategy that is rolling out this month. We expanded Housing First programs across Durham Region. We created a renter's toolkit as a self-service option for people who may be able to resolve their own homelessness or prevent their homelessness from occurring. We've recently launched a new landlord engagement pilot to see if we can add more units to support people on our by name list. We have a new community support pilot through our Income and Employment Services division to attach dedicated case managers to people on our by name list. We also added a temporary housing focused shelter in Ajax to add 20 additional spaces to our shelter system in Durham to help respond to the COVID-19 pandemic and need for physical distancing. And we launched new housing focused regional shelter standards this month in November of 2021 to be in alignment with our housing focused strategy. Next slide, please. Also in 2021, Durham Region helped to create more than 100 new housing opportunities for our by name list by expanding successful models. We added new Housing First teams across Durham. We developed new spaces for our by name list through capital projects targeted to support people experiencing homelessness, launching our landlord engagement pilot to increase partnerships and support for landlords renting to clients from our by name list. Durham Region also received over $10 million in funding through the Federal Rapid Housing Initiative to create an estimated 42 new affordable homes for people and families in our community. These housing units will support people in our community who are in uncertain housing situations, experiencing or at risk of homelessness, or living in temporary shelters because of the pandemic. Next slide, please. And you can skip to the next one as well. So I'll end just with a brief overview of homelessness funding in Durham Region. So where does the funding come from? Most of the funding for Durham's homelessness support system comes from the Provincial Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative and federal Reaching Home funding. We received significantly increased funding in 2020 and 2021 to help respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, and this funding does not continue beyond 2021. And funding is used to support people at risk of homelessness and people who are actively experiencing homelessness. So this includes homelessness prevention programs, shelter programs, professional street outreach programs, housing and case management programs. And we often also fund only one program within an agency and not the agency itself. So a lot of our agencies do have to look for other forms of funding as well. Next slide, please. So the pie chart on the left is just a visual of the funding. So you will see that the red is our provincial-based funding, the gray is our federal-based funding, and the blue and largest piece of the pie is the additional funding we received to support the response to pandemic and how we were able to implement a lot of those capital projects that I mentioned prior. Again, it's important to note that that blue funding will not continue beyond 2021. And then on the right-hand side, I just wanted to give a quick overview of how we try to balance our base funding. So we try to invest in programs, housing programs to help people exit homelessness. We try to invest in homelessness prevention programs to prevent people from becoming homeless in the first place, and shelter programs. And shelter interventions are one of the most costly forms of intervention. And then service and supports are things like professional street outreach programs. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is just a further breakdown of the funding. So you can see here in 2019-2020 and in the 2021-2022 fiscal year, we received around $25 million in funding to support Durham's homelessness response. Beginning in 2022 and 2023, that amount will revert back to just over $9 million. And one of the challenges that we have in regards to funding is we are very proud that we've been able to implement several capital projects using that increase in funding. But those capital projects do require ongoing staff support. We know that we can't house somebody who's been experiencing chronic homelessness and then not provide the supports that they need to remain stably housed. So that is what Org Code is helping us do right now, is to complete a full system review to help ensure that we are targeting those limited financial resources in the most effective way. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for having me tonight. I appreciate you allowing me the time to come and present.
Thank you. Questions from members of council? Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Thank you for your very detailed slideshow, Ms. Valent. So could you, is it possible to go back to slide number 8, please? Would that be a possibility? Number 8. So during the month of November, I've been trying to get more knowledge about men's mental health and men's health overall. And I couldn't help but notice on this slide that your highest number of homelessness are in single adult males. And just because I'm really enhancing in my research for this, can you speak a little on why you think that is, Ms. Valent? And the only reason I'm asking this is because I knew you were so thorough with this, right? So I think you might have a better idea than I, and I'd really like to know if you can speak on that a bit.
Sure, thank you very much for that question. So I guess I should start by saying that something that's certainly not unique to Durham. It's pretty consistent across the province, across the country, across North America, that single adult males tend to be the largest cohort of people experiencing homelessness in all communities. We do know that mental health and addictions plays a factor in that, but really there are so many different pathways into homelessness. I'm probably not the best person to give you a fulsome answer on why single adult males are the largest group of people. I think it has a lot to do, typically we see single females or single soul support females often have maybe more support systems, so they're able to stay with friends or family. We oftentimes that for single adult males, they often don't have that kind of natural support system in place. It could be that historically maybe it wasn't okay for them to ask for help until they became like really entrenched in homelessness. There are so many different reasons why people become homeless that it's hard to kind of give you one solid answer on that.
Well, thank you for trying, but yeah, it's quite concerning when I saw that graph and listening to these numbers and your presentation, because I have been looking into it and I am noticing that myself as well. So, but I'm glad that it's, our community and our government is being aware of this, and we know we have to step up to focus on that aspect of it at least. to make it a even playing field for everyone. But thank you for your thorough presentation, Ms. Vance. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Chair, Mayor Collier.
Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for this report and update, Ms. Villan. It's so interesting to me, and I really want to thank you for the hard work that you do. So I appreciate that. Can you tell me what happens when a person on the by name list is supported and housed and then loses their housing? How does that happen, and then what happens to that person?
Sure. So I'll explain kind of the by name list process works. So when somebody on our by name list is housed, so it could be because that person resolved their own homelessness. So maybe they were able to find their own rental accommodation or whatever the case may be, or it could be that they've been matched to a housing program through our by name list process and then were housed that way. So they would be removed or tracked as being housed from our by name list. If that person then re-enters homelessness, so becomes homeless again, that person, we track that data separately. So it's called a return from housing. So we know at any given time how many people were successfully housed and now have returned to homelessness. And we go back to their support case manager to learn more about what caused them to become homeless. It could be that maybe the program that we had matched them to wasn't the best program to meet their needs. Or it could be that they had self-resolved their own homelessness, but really they do need the help of a housing program to remain stably housed. So that's something that we're always tracking. I should also note that Durham has an extremely high housing retention rate, which demonstrates that when we do match people from our by name list to housing programs, we're able to match those people appropriately.
That's very good to hear. Thank you very much for the explanation. That's my question there.
Thank you, Councillor Geis.
Doesn't always work, that button. Thank you for your presentation. The by name list, how long has it been around?
So we implemented our by name list in July of 2020, so not that long.
So that's through the COVID, and now it's not, we're going to see a significant decrease in funding, obviously, in 2022-23. Are we going to be able to continue with the by name list?
Yeah, so we will always continue with our by name list. That is something that our team at the Region of Durham manages, and we have commitment from all of our really amazing community support providers across Durham. So the by name list and coordinated access system is something we will continue. The concern is that we may not have as many outflow opportunities. So we may not have as many housing first programs available. We may not have as many case management spots available or be able to offer these types of programs, which will slow our progress in reducing chronic homelessness. And in slide 7, I had shown how we track our monthly progress. And as you can see, even with our best efforts to date, we've been able to keep our by name list consistent, which means that we've done a good job at not seeing an increase because we've been able to ramp up housing move-ins. But with a reduction in funding, we'll have to see whether or not that trend is able to continue.
So I know the by name list, it's been extremely helpful. I know for years we've tried to get some sort of tracking in place. And part of the issue is, us politicians are always asking the question, well, where are they from? And my answer always is, well, I don't really know because they don't have an address. So they're homeless, period. I know that we're going into now that, the cold weather, and the problem is going to be shelters for the extreme cold. I know also that the shelter in Oshawa is pretty much full. Everything's to pretty much capacity out there. We have something out here for the interim, but maybe the long term. So have we considered other alternatives for housing? For example, I know in Toronto, they look at motels kind of thing, that kind of situation in order to, help those in critical need. Is that something the region would consider?
So hotels is actually something that we've been using in Durham for many, many years. A good example of that is in Durham, we don't have a family shelter. We don't have a family shelter structure, but we use a motel program instead through one of our partners, Cornerstone. And part of that is so that families can be accommodated in the communities that will help their children stay close to their school, to try and kind of like minimize the impacts of homelessness on the family. So using hotels programs is something that we're really well accustomed to here in Durham. We've also, since the beginning of the pandemic, run hotel program. It's our isolation and recovery program for folks experiencing homelessness who may be symptomatic or may be a close contact. That's something that we've been up and running. We have about 26 rooms there at any given time, with some pretty strong housing outcomes coming from that program as well. So that's something that we're always looking into. Sometimes hotel programs can be more challenging and more costly just because of the way food services have to be delivered as well as supervision. So some clients, if they are experiencing significant mental health or addictions challenges, sometimes being kind of in a self-contained room that doesn't have staff directly attached to it can be more challenging, but it's something that we're always exploring. We're also fortunate that our shelters are going to be able to increase their capacity over the winter months to accommodate more people, so that we can hopefully get more people inside over the winter. And we're also looking right now at potentially piloting another program to support those folks who have very, very high support needs over the winter. That's something that we're looking at currently this week. So all of the options are on the table. We're always exploring better ways of providing our services. And that's also something that ORCode is helping us look at right now with the full system review, is what our sheltering system here in Durham looks like.
Well, that's good to know as well. Through that system review, will you reviewing how the programs are delivered, for example, with your street outreach? Currently here in Ajax, there's 3 different programs from different not-for-profits who are doing that. And I wonder if that's going to be looked at as well.
Yes, that's something that will be looked at. And that's also something that our new street outreach strategy will address. So we're doing a soft launch of our street outreach strategy now, and we'll roll it out fully in January, but we're leveraging HIFIS. So it's an information sharing system that we have with all of our funded partners, so that we're going to attach one dedicated case manager to every person experiencing unsheltered homelessness in Durham, so that we know exactly who is working with who and for what purpose. And that is going to clear up a lot of the confusion around who is working with which clients in our system.
Thank you. I appreciate the information. Thanks for your presentation.
Okay, that exhausts my question list. Anybody else? I just want to clarify one comment that was made, Ms. Valent. My understanding was there was no wait for shelter right now, that there was availability in the region.
So shelter availability does fluctuate. It is rare that we don't have capacity or bed availability in Durham. We did notice that happening more in the month of October. Could be because of the seasonal changes. So that's why we worked with public health to now increase capacity at our shelters, so that we can accommodate more people and not have to turn people away.
Okay, so there isn't a wait list right now?
No.
Okay. When the region partners with an organization to fund a program, did they do the due diligence to make sure that the zoning is in place and all that is in place on that location?
So it is the responsibility of the funded organization to ensure that they're in compliance with all of the funding requirements. That's all specified in our funding arrangements with agencies. If there ever is a concern or question, we certainly would look into it. Some of the emergency responses we had to implement because of the pandemic are a little bit different, just because we had to ramp things up very, very quickly to help keep people safe during the pandemic. But that's also something that ORCode is coming in to take a look at all of our currently funded. So whether they're funded through COVID funding that's coming to a close or through our base funding, what that all looks like.
That wasn't my question. That wasn't my question. My question is, if the region is giving regional funds to an organization that is performing a service for the region, does the region not do their due diligence and make sure that what is said on paper and what is actually in place? Like, for instance, zoning. Because I ask this because this is a real situation here. A regionally funded location that may not have the zoning puts us in a bad situation, because people aren't going to sue the region. They're going to sue us if there's a fire and people get killed. So that's my question. Does the region do the due diligence to make sure, rather than just write a check and go here, that the things are in place to make sure that these are run properly?
So again, ultimately, the responsibility for that is on the funded agency. I would have to defer to our legal and risk departments. I'm happy to get the answer that I can send to you.
Okay, I take that as a no. I did bring this up to Stella with a meeting with the region a couple weeks ago. So I am waiting for the answer to that, but I guess I'm just taking this opportunity to let you be aware of a problem that I hope we can fix, but it is still a problem that we do need to address. That was the end of my questions. Anything further by any member of council? Okay, hearing none. Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. Moving on to our next item. 5.6, Envision Durham update. Colleen Goodchild, Manager Policy Planning, Special Studies, Region of Durham, and Jonah Kelly, Principal Planner, Policy Planning, Special Studies, Region of Durham. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Collier, members of council. I'll just start with my speaking notes to save time as the slide deck comes up. Thanks for this opportunity to share information on this important region-wide project. As Mayor Collier said, I'm Colleen Goodchild, and also joining me is Jonah Kelly here from the region. It is my pleasure to provide you with this overview of Envision Durham, the region's municipal comprehensive review of our Durham Regional Official Plan. First, I do want to express my thanks to town staff, not only for their attendance at our regularly scheduled project area municipal working group meetings, but for their responsiveness to a wide array of reports, materials, and presentations. Their participation in this project has been a vital source of input into the process, helping to identify issues, setting the local context, and also sharing information. So thank you. Next slide, please. I do want to take a moment to set the stage for this presentation by providing you with a brief overview of the planning policy hierarchy here in Ontario, particularly while addressing where our Envision Durham project fits into this broader framework. As illustrated on the figure, the Ontario Planning Act sets the legislative framework for all land use planning matters within the province. It outlines process requirements, matters of provincial interest, and jurisdictional roles in planning. Prepared under the authority of that Planning Act and other legislation are a series of provincial plans and policy documents, including the Provincial Policy Statement, which outlines matters of provincial interest, as well as area-specific provincial plans, such as those that impact this region, being the Growth Plan, the Greenbelt Plan, the Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Plan, and the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan. The Regional Official Plan is our core planning document at Regional Council. It guides regional decision-making on long-term growth and development. It sets a regional structure on major land use components and sets policies related to these designations, including how to best protect and enhance our rural and natural environments across the region. Envision Durham does present an opportunity to plan for change by replacing our current official plan, which is over 30 years old, and establishing a progressive and forward-looking vision for our region to 2051. Once the regional official plan is updated, the area municipalities would then follow suit and update their official plans to conform with the region's plan and then provincial policy. A very important component of our Envision Durham project is those regular meetings and information sharing with both the Area Municipal Working Group, but also our Conservation Authority Working Group. And this ensures that municipal and environmental planning staff are plugged in and providing input on all matters related to the initiative. And finally, it is the local instruments that will help implement these policy documents on the ground and within each area municipality. You have zoning bylaws, which regulate what is permitted on individual lots, as well as prescribing development standards, such as setbacks, parking requirements, and so on. And we have processes like minor variances, site plan approvals, subdivision agreements, and others that are also conducted by the area municipalities. Next slide, please. In addition to addressing the policy requirements of our provincial documents, there are other regional plans and policies that form part of the review. This includes addressing the region's corporate strategic plan, including sustainability and climate change provisions, as well as our key policy directions that came out of our 2017 Transportation Master Plan update, as well as directions that were recommended through the region's housing and homelessness plan called At Home in Durham. Through input gathered through the release of our discussion papers in 2019 for Envision Durham, staff have been able to develop some proposed policy directions. And through this input, that we have had some suggestions to the regional official plan for changes, and these were a result of this early engagement, as well as the comments that we received. Next slide, please. Our project was publicly launched in 2019, and it was accompanied by the release of a project webpage, an introductory video, the establishment of the working groups, and as well to build project awareness, we did undertake an outreach campaign by email, social media, posters and pamphlets, as well as some pop-up information kiosks in various locations across the region. We also hosted an early online public opinion survey that solicited input on preferred planning priorities in Durham Region. We have over 540 contacts subscribed to our interested parties list, and this number continues to grow. We've held 20 area municipal working group meetings, and 11 of those were specifically related to our growth management study. This number does not include several workshops that we've had with respective area municipalities on their major transit station area delineations, their regional centers and corridors, and other one-on-one meetings as necessary. In addition, we've had 28 reports related to Envision Durham and our growth management study that have been prepared and gone forward to regional committee and council since receiving the authorization for the project in mid-2018. So based on this early engagement, we did hear some recurring themes. And the most frequently cited responses that we had were related to issues such as job growth and the need to increase our employment opportunities, a need to increase housing options and affordability, the need for an effective transportation network that supports a range of modes, including integrated and reliable transit. We saw the need to protect and enhance environmentally sensitive and rural landscapes, the desire to ensure that climate change adaptation and resiliency is reflected in current plans and future plans, and a recognition that appropriate intensification and more sustainable approaches to growth is an important part of the way forward. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, over the course of 2019, 6 separate discussion papers were released, posing over 90 questions based on the various themes shown on the slide. In addition to submissions received from all of the area municipalities on each of the reports, we also received input from consultants, members of the development community, individuals from the public, our conservation authorities, and interest groups. In the development of our proposed policy directions, we reviewed over 120 separate submissions on our discussion papers with over 1,200 comments. Next slide, please. So in March of this year, the region did release our proposed policy directions, which presented potential changes to our land use planning policies to gain public and agency feedback. These policy directions provided an indication of how the new official plan would be structured around these chapters that represent 7 balanced, aspirational, outcome-oriented strategic directions. Each strategic direction describes a series of policy topics, discusses comments that we received, and introduced over 430 proposed policy directions. We continue to receive submissions on our proposed policy directions, And we've received thus far 95 submissions at this time. Next slide, please. Work has also advanced on policies for protected major transit station areas. A standalone amendment to the regional official plan will introduce a policy framework and delineations for protected major transit station areas to support transit-oriented development, including the Ajax GO station. A public open house was held in the summer on August 24th, and our statutory public meeting was held during our September 7th Planning and Economic Development Committee meeting at the region. The recommended amendment and decision report was released this past Friday and will be going forward to our December 7th Planning and Economic Development Committee meeting. Next slide, please. A key component of Envision Durham is our growth management study. It all starts with the Provincial Growth Plan's most recent population employment forecast for Durham, which is ultimately 1.3 million residents and 460,000 jobs by the year 2051. This exercise is being completed in 2 phases with the assistance of a consultant team that's led by Urban Strategies and Watson and Associates. The first phase, the one that we are in now, does focus on conducting a land needs assessment, or an LNA. The LNA provides the province's prescribed methodology for completing a technical analysis of our urban area and the ability to accommodate future growth to the year 2051. So a key outcome of the LNA will determine how much growth can be accommodated through intensification and within our designated greenfield area within the existing urban boundary. It will then provide a total number as to how much additional land may be required by way of settlement area boundary expansion to accommodate our growth. Once the amount of land is determined through the phase 1 study, the second phase of the growth management study will determine the best location or locations for any required expansions. So phase 1 is the how much is required and phase 2 is the where. So once the location of these expansions are determined, we would then be in a position to allocate growth for population and employment between each of the region's 8 area municipalities. Next slide, please. And we can skip this one and go to slide 10, please. So at this time, through phase 1 of the land needs assessment, the region, with the assistance of our consultants, have released 4 technical reports for feedback. These include the region-wide growth analysis, the housing intensification study, the employment strategy, and the community area urban land needs analysis. It was recently announced at our October Regional Planning and Economic Development Committee that staff have committed to running at least 2 additional LNA scenarios for Council's consideration. Details on these alternative scenarios are still being determined and are anticipated to be released for review and comment in early 2022. One of the scenarios will examine a higher than 50% intensification target that's prescribed by the growth plan. We recognize that Ajax staff report on the LNA technical reports was recently considered at your CAP meeting on November 8th, and regional staff do look forward to reviewing any recommendations that come forward tonight with town staff. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to walk you through each of these reports, as Mr. McCullough gave you an impressive overview at your November 8th CAP meeting. So if we could just go right to slide 15. So one of the most timely and topical subjects within Ajax regarding Envision Durham is with respect to our employment area conversion requests. Under the growth plan, a conversion to an employment area that would permit non-employment uses like residential can only occur through an upper tier municipal comprehensive review. The map on this slide does illustrate the 15 employment area conversions that have been requested within Ajax. So in anticipation of these employment conversion requests, as you may know, the region did develop a set of criteria for evaluating these in a holistic and systematic manner, and those were approved by Regional Council in June of 2020. The region overall received over almost 50 conversion requests, which were reviewed in detail and reported on through our employment strategy technical report, which included consultant recommendations on the conversions. So regional staff recommendations for these employment area conversions are anticipated to be released in advance for our December 7th Regional Planning and Economic Development Committee meeting. So any differences from the consultant recommendations to regional staff recommendations will be laid out in that report, and as there may have been some changes in Ajax. We have met with town staff as well as other area municipal staff and any other proponent who wish to do so over the past several weeks as we have prepared this report. Next slide, please. So following the completion of the phase 1 land needs assessment, including the new scenarios I spoke about, the second phase of the growth management study will focus on those most appropriate locations for potential urban boundary expansions. There have been over 70 expansion requests received since initiating the Envision Durham project. This map excerpt on the screen does illustrate the proposed expansion requests that are within proximity to Ajax, because as you may be aware, there is no ability to consider expansions for the town of Ajax due to the location of the Greenbelt plan to the north and east, and then the lake to the south and the city of Pickering to the west. So the regional staff and our growth management study consultant team would review these expansions in phase 2 through the lens of conformity with the policies of the Greenbelt plan and the growth plan. This phase will take place later in 2022. Next slide, please. So and finally, with respect to some of our current and upcoming opportunities for feedback, all materials for Envision Durham are accessible through the project webpage. And at key points, you can also expect to see further public service announcements, social media campaigns, notifications by email to their interested parties list that I spoke about. But we also send a circulation directly to the area municipal clerks so that you are aware of what's going on, but also to our working group members, to the Building Industry and Land Development Association Durham chapter, so the Build Durham chapter, our Indigenous communities, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and all of those get a copy of that PSA and links to our website. We'll continue to reach out for engagement and feedback to our stakeholders. And for example, next year, you'll also see some additional information coming forward about the implementation of our agricultural system-based mapping that will come out. And finally, we look forward to working very closely, continuing that good working relationship that we have with our area municipal working group members as we progress towards a new draft or a draft of our new official plan. Next slide, please. So thank you very much for this opportunity to provide an update on the Envision Durham project. Jonah Kelly and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. So Mayor Collier, this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Does any member of council have any questions on the Envision Durham? Councillor Lee. You're muted.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering if you can go back, I think 4 or 5 slides, the phase 1 that showed the ones that we had, this one, right? Sorry, 4, 3. That one. These are the ones that the region had ultimately agreed with the town on executing, correct?
Actually, Councillor Lee, this is just an excerpt of all the requests that we received. This doesn't include the recommendations of the consultant.
Got it.
You'll see that in that report that's coming out very shortly that will be considered in December.
That was the confusion. I saw a few that I didn't realize had gone through, and that was the gap.
So just to give you a sneak peek of that, we will color code that for everyone so that you can see which ones we're putting forward for recommendation and which ones were not.
And to walk me through this, because I ultimately sit on the planning committee for the region. So you said the December, I think 5th meeting or whatever, the first Tuesday, we'll be kind of going over the full comprehensive list. I imagine it'll be a pretty lengthy meeting, to say the least. But for the most part, will the region be agreeing with what the consultants had recommended? Oh, I'm sorry, you're on mute now.
Thank you. I knew I was going to do it once tonight, so apologies. So we will be bringing that report forward. We're trying to get it out early release so that proponents do have the opportunity to review the regional staff recommendations. We will provide a presentation by regional staff to kind of walk you through some of the changes that we have suggested. And we do want to also include within that report and presentation, just a pause and look at where we did our recommendation may differ from local councils.
And in a sense, provide justification to the planning committee as to why, and at that point, members of the planning committee can then introduce their own amendments to your recommendations. If, for example, we feel you missed one in Ajax, that would be the appropriate time to bring that up at that committee meeting, correct?
Correct. So we've laid out the recommendations in our draft report that's not yet final and signed. So unfortunately, I can't share that with you tonight, but it is providing committee with the ability to look at each individual conversion request if they so wish.
Okay, I know the mayor has brought up a few that he feels that Ajax Council had exhaustively gone over the entire list and weren't reflected. I also imagine like a lot of other municipalities will be doing the same, which is why I suggest it's gonna be a long meeting. I guess that's just the way it's like. Ultimately, whatever the planning committee agrees upon and then it's ratified at council, that will ultimately be the final iteration of this review. Is that correct? Or will there still be moments down the line where people can still introduce changes?
So our regional staff are putting forward for recommendation to committee and council to endorse a set of conversions that can be used in the land needs assessment. That still needs to be perfected through the new draft official plan with new land use schedules that will illustrate the outcome of that recommendation plus the other pieces of Envision Durham. The preference is to hold the line on the decisions made in December of 2021, but there could still be the opportunity, if needed, with appropriate justification to kind of reconsider some additional thoughts as we go forward. But we're trying to build this new official plan, so we're hoping to have a strong, recommendation from next month.
You had me up until the point where you said we could change it. Is there a specific cutoff time that the region will be providing?
So our preference is, like I said, the decision of council on December 22nd or 21st of this next month would be the final decision, because the land needs assessment does hinge on that information. So the preference is not to kind of circle back and reconsider the decision. Because that also kind of opens up a whole council procedure, council procedure difficulty as well,
to say the least. Thank you very much for your presentation today. It's like you said, we've been dealing with this for the past 3 years. I'm looking forward to be done with this and kind of setting out for the next few years down the line for the region. And we appreciate the work that staff's put into this. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions from council? Well, I have a couple. I've actually learned a lot about planning throughout this, which has been good. However, I've been quite frustrated through that, which has not been good. And some of the reports that we've had come in, like for instance, the housing report that calls for 50% increase in housing density. Then you get the employment report coming, which recommends lowering the job density from 27 to 26 and opening up another 2,800 acres of urban settlement area. Can you tell me, and I haven't read the report, I understand, speaking with Brian Bridgman last week, it'll be out this Friday in the council information package, but that goes absolutely opposite to the way I think we should be going as a region. Can you speak to that, please, Ms. Goodchild? Sure. Why they would be suggesting that they reduce the density?
So I'll talk about the employment density for now, because I think that's kind of what you're focusing in on. So the consultant has looked at our existing employment areas, as well as the type and nature of employment that we would be attracting over the next several years. And they've looked at to generate a land need, they're using that, I believe it's 27 employees per hectare to recommend the employment land need.
27, the consultant has recommended lowering it to 26.
Okay, so again, I think what they said is our existing employment areas are 26. So we'll continue to use 27 to generate the land need. So it's not that we are saying all employment areas across the region have to be planned to the 27 employees per hectare. It's more about protecting future employment lands for those opportunities in the next 30 years. So we would encourage, you'll see as we bring out more detailed employment policies through our draft official plan, that we will set up the ability for area municipalities to set employment density targets for their specific employment precincts. And if that's something that the town of Ajax wants to pursue, then they can kind of do that within their own official plans or secondary plans or zoning.
Well, we've done that unofficially. I think our official plan is, I think, 32, but I've been insisting on 50 and we've been getting it. And so that's why it just seems absolutely counterintuitive to me to be even suggesting lowering it. And in the same breath, a couple of paragraphs later, suggests that we need an additional 2,800 acres of urban settlement area to be opened up. We have done it and been demonstrating it. I mean, the Amazon site alone is, I think, 112 jobs per net hectare.
Yeah,
So,
this is a gross hectare, so there may be a bit of a difference there that we could maybe talk about as well. But it does, when you get down to the site, you certainly would see a higher employment density when you're
Okay.
netting out natural features, major roads, highways, hydro corridors, etc.
well, at the same time, opening up that amount of area, and I know you showed 2 areas to the north of us, and I don't think any of us like either one of those areas as potential. But the cost of the region to service and the cost of the taxpayer to service those areas, it would make, to me, a lot more sense to be looking at how can we increase the density and how can we make better use with the land that we have until it's exhausted, and then maybe look at opening up some more urban settlement area at the time. Is that something that the region will consider?
So the additional scenario conversation that we had in October did focus more on the residential. However, we have committed to looking at an additional employment scenario to look at a different density to then generate that land need. So you'll see that come back through committee and council at the region.
Okay, thank you. And we had a presentation tonight on homelessness and the region's plan. What is recommended, or do you know what's coming forward to incent vacant landowners or just surplus land, whether it be schools or hospital sites or whatever, just surplus vacant land that's around, to incent them? Is there a way to incent them through this process to free up that land for more affordable housing type development?
So thank you for that question. Not necessarily through the official plan, but through the master housing strategy that social services has led. There is some additional kind of direction related to that. And perhaps I could connect you. Well, you're well connected with Stella and Alan Robbins in housing services at the region, but perhaps we could get you some additional information on that I'm not directly familiar with.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'll save my questions on the individual applications for the December 7th planning meeting. That should be, you're correct, Councillor Lee, probably quite a long one, but I will definitely be there. Anything further for the delegates from council? Hearing, seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation. Really appreciate it. And I think we all hope this will be over soon. It's been a long time.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next one. Section 5.7, presentation investment strategy, Kelly Rogers, Rogers Investment Consulting. And if I forget, like I forgot on the library strategy, to bring forward departmental report 7.4.2 at the end of the delegation, someone please remind me so we can ask questions on it at the time. Diane, do you have a question?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to introduce our consultant here. So based on the council direction from May 10th with the finance report on the investments for the town, council directed finance to retain a consultant to look at our investment strategies and update our investment policy. So the town finance group did retain the services of Rogers Investment Consulting, the principal being Kelly Rogers, who's here with us today. Kelly has over 30 years of experience in the fields of investment and financial services. She's a chartered financial analyst, and she's worked with numerous municipalities and has significant financial experience and successfully completed similar scopes of work for other municipalities. So with that, I'll send it over to Kelly.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. And thank you, Mayor and councillors, for having me. And particularly thanks to Diane, Charmaine, and Sandra for all the assistance they gave me and the prompt responses to my questions as I worked through the material. I'm not going to try and go through everything for you. I perhaps should also say thank you to whoever structured the agenda, that I did not immediately follow the bookmarks. Those kids were adorable, and this can't be anywhere near that fun. So if you wouldn't mind maybe going to slide number 3. So we worked with the cash flow forecast, and the one I was working with was dated July 31st of this year. We understand that those are preliminary cash flow forecasts, and they're still being worked on and finalized. But we did use that to set up the template so that as updated numbers come in, they can just be dropped down. And then they would anticipate being updated annually. If you could turn to the next slide, please. So in looking at those, we divided the sort of money into 3 tranches. Long-term, which is funds that will be invested for a minimum of 10 years. Medium-term, funds that would be invested for 5 to 10 years. And short-term, funds that would be invested for 1 to 5 years. And there are very specific restrictions that municipalities have. If you would jump to slide 7, please. Your available investment options are constrained by the Municipal Act. But in addition to what the Municipal Act says you can or cannot do, we also have to make some risk assessments. Look at the capital risk tolerance, the volatility risk tolerance, the inflation risk tolerance, and the opportunity risk tolerance. So, and always with the understanding that the effect of a negative risk experience will be higher taxes in the future. If you wouldn't mind moving to slide number 9. So what we're looking to do is to try and mitigate those risks. So for the short-term tranche, money that has been identified as being needed in a period of 1 to 5 years, we stick to high quality and short duration, short amount of time. You can think of it as the term of a bond or the term of an investment. The medium-term tranche, we're still looking for very high quality, but we can go out a little bit longer. We can have a medium duration or a medium term, and we add in extra diversification. For the long-term tranche, where we're looking at 10 years plus, still very high quality, but now we're looking at long duration assets and even greater diversification. Moving on to the next slide, if you would. So the other ways that we mitigate risk are through quality control. For bonds, That means credit ratings and detailed research. For on the equity side, it means detailed research, both quantitative and qualitative. When we look at diversification, we're looking at diversification by issue, by issuer, and by industry. The prudent investor regime, which is available to municipalities, also allows diversification by geography. But really what we're trying to do is match the time horizons. So short-term money gets invested for short time horizons. Long-term money can have longer-term horizons. And if you turn to the next slide, this is just an example of real-life data. If we look at 5-year performance periods, at December 31st, 2011, you can see that the one bond fund or bond portfolio on a 5-year annualized basis returned significantly more than the 5-year return of the one equity fund. Well, we had a financial crisis which kind of messed up equity markets for a couple of years, really just for 1 year, but it took some time to recover. If we roll forward to the bars at the right, we see that at December 31st, 2017, the comparable 5-year returns were significantly higher for the equities than they were for the one bond fund. Now, the one bond fund has a maximum maturity of 5 years in it, so it's a very short duration asset. The one equity fund is a very long duration asset. So it's not a matter of one being better than the other. It's a matter of which is the most appropriate for which tranche. And if you'll move forward to slide number 15. Obviously on the treasury, that's funds needed within 12 months. They should be 100% in very short-term money market and deposit type. So maturities of maximum up to 12 months. The next slide, please. For the short-term tranche, there should be some cash just in case, but 98% would be invested in short-term bonds to match the time horizon. The next slide. As we go out to the medium-term tranche, we still want a little bit of cash, but now we can split the bonds between short-term bonds and a more diversified bond portfolio, which is called the Universe Bond Portfolio, which has a longer term, longer duration in it and more corporate issues. But we can also have a small allocation to equities. And moving to the next slide, this is what the long-term tranche would look like. Far more in equity and in long duration assets because the time horizon is long duration. And on 19, next slide. If at a future point, Ajax moves to a prudent investor regime, you would see within the equities additional diversification between Canadian and foreign equities. So right now, there are two things that Ajax cannot do, which is invest in equity securities and invest in corporate bonds with maturities of greater than 5 years. The only way the Municipal Act and the OREGs allow that to happen is if you invest through the One Investment Program. One has been given specific authority in the regs to invest in shares of Canadian corporations and to invest in bonds of corporate bonds with maturities of greater than 5 years. Both of those things are very easy and very quick ways to increase your diversification and increase your returns. Corporate bonds have higher coupons than government bonds do. So you earn more in interest, which during periods of declining interest rates is nice, but in particular, during periods of rising interest rates or anticipated rising interest rates, you're getting actually more of your return in interest, so you'll have less price volatility. Canadian equities have an average yield of 2.64%. That's what it was about a week ago, 10 days ago. So that's the money coming back into the portfolio through dividends, which are paid every quarter, which actually form a very significant part of the long-term total return. It also happens to be more than the interest being paid on government bonds, either provincial or federal. So those are two very easy, very quick ways to move up on the return scale without taking a lot of additional risk. And in fact, mitigating some of those risks like inflation risk and opportunity risk. And opportunity risk is simply the risk of not earning as much as you could have or should have. So my recommendations are that Ajax should move to implement an investment strategy that's designed for each of the tranches, each of the appropriate time horizons, using the one investment program portfolios as an initial step. I would also recommend that you need to give very serious, or should be giving very serious consideration as to whether you want to begin the process of investigating a move to the prudent investor regime. I don't believe you're ready yet to make decisions on prudent investor because there's still some uncertainty as to some of your long-term planning. And you would need a completed asset management plan in order to really move forward with that. So I did promise I would try and be brief. I'm open to questions on any of the slides in this material or any of the material in my report, which I believe you have all received.
Thank you for the presentation. First hand I see is Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. So through the report, it looks like the one investment return rate is anywhere between 10.14% to 2.49%, correct?
It depends on which investment product. Those are sort of the two that I use there as the example are the extremes. The short-term bond, very low risk, very low volatility, but also very low return. And the equity, higher volatility, much higher return.
Then through the chair to the Director of Finance, currently sitting in our savings account, what percentage are we making right now?
Through the chair, I think we're earning about 75 basis points.
Okay. So my next question is on the type of investments. So you mentioned different like portfolios we can invest in, like type of investments. What if we didn't want to invest in oil, for example, because we declared a climate emergency and we're trying to be more green and lead the way. So what if we wanted no oil stocks in our portfolio? Is that something we can request?
You can request it. I don't know that that could be accommodated. What I will say is that the firm that manages the One Equity portfolio, Guardian Capital, is one of the leaders in Canada on ESG investing, environmental, social, and governance. So you would certainly can be assured that those factors are being looked at and considered before any security goes into the portfolio.
That is very good to know, especially, for example, arms company, like companies that manufacture arms. I don't think, we should be investing municipal money in that. I don't think that's what Ajax, in spite of our munitions history, like, I don't believe like we should be funding privately, private arms dealers, for example. So those are just some examples.
Order, I don't think we produce arms in Canada, Councillor Lee.
I meant the munitions factory at the Bond Girls. I'm going back. So that's
I certainly understand your point. 30 years ago, I was on the finance committee of the Girl Guides of Canada. And we said to our manager, look, we can't put in our policy that you cannot invest in defense. We have Brownie troops on armed forces bases.
Right.
But please understand that we don't want to hit the headlines owning the best bomb maker in the country.
Right. So yeah, those are generally my points. I'm all for this as a whole. I think it is a way for us to, maximize our money. The mayor's brought this up many times, and I agree wholeheartedly. Like we just need to, look at these different avenues of getting a better rate of return. And it looks like this seems like a pretty safe way to do it as well, that minimizes our risk, but maximizes our gain. So fully supportive of this. Thank you, Chair, for the questions.
Thank you. Councillor Tyler Mortis next.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you for the presentation, Ms. Rogers. Are you able to speak to how we compare to other municipalities? As the mayor said the other day, there's 444 municipalities in Ontario. Are you able to, like, have you ever worked with other ones? Does our current portfolio look kind of like the same as the other ones? Are we playing catch up or are we leading?
That's a really challenging situation you've put me in. No, you're not leading.
So other municipalities that are doing more aggressive work with their reserve funds, making more money,
yes,
all within the parameters of what we can do.
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean, one of them is a small municipality that was one of the first investors in the One Equity Fund.
Okay.
In 2007.
Thank you.
Well, in 2008, there were a few nervous people, so they simply put more money into equities. They've done extremely well on their equity portfolio since then at an average annualized return of over 10%. But they had to live through 2008. But there are also, I think, only around 64 to 68 municipalities that are in the One program. And of course, Toronto has their own legislation. So you're by no means at the back of the pack, playing any more catch up than anyone else is. But the early adopters were early adopters a decade ago.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Worship. Thank you for that answer.
Any other members of council have questions? Councillor Bauer? And nobody reminded me to put this on the floor too.
Oh, I was just going to do that, Mayor.
No, we'll have to do it. We'll have to do it again.
I forgot to. Thank you very much, Ms. Rogers, for a very interesting presentation. So during your presentation, you sort of spoke as though the one program is sort of our starting block, and then eventually you may recommend that we look, the next stepping stone would be prudent investor. So what I guess what do you see, or how do you recommend we start with one? What is our marker that we're ready to move or consider prudent investor?
Okay, so let me back up a bit. In order to consider prudent investor, you have to deal with the governance issues that are involved. It has a different governance framework. You have to pass a bylaw, and then you have to turn over all of the funds not needed for immediate use to the investment board or to a joint investment board. So until you've really clarified through your asset management plans and through your own long-term cash flow projections, sort of how much money there really is and where should it be going, it's kind of difficult to make that, to deal with that governance framework. So there are some issues with that. As an investment person, from a purely investment perspective, I would say do prudent investment tomorrow. It's far superior as an investment approach. It gives better risk mitigation. It gives better diversification. So, but that's from a purely investment perspective. From a governance perspective, that's something you have to figure out internally when you're going to sort of hit those critical milestones that can make those kinds of sort of judgments and decisions that are very difficult to undo. So does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much for that. I think it sounds, it's very restrictive, the amount of, I guess, I want to use the word control. If we were to move to a PI, so I'm actually very glad to see that this one program is the starting block for us. Anyway, thank you. Yes, you did answer my question. Thank you.
So if I just follow up on something you said, that PI seems very restrictive in terms of control. Yes, anything that comes from the province seems to be very controlled. There are different control mechanisms between the OREGs and prudent.
Okay.
There are controls within the OREGs on one, but there is even more controls on doing it directly with your own staff.
Okay. All right, got it. Thank you very much, Ms. Rogers. That was my only question, Mayor Collier. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Okay, I have a couple of questions, and I'm going to talk to you about bonds a little bit, because I do agree with what you said about the short term, but bonds tend to be inversely proportional to interest rates, and I think nobody's going to argue that interest rates are going up over the long term. But looking at the proposed portfolios, the medium and the long term proposed still call for a minimum 25% bond component. Can you speak to that a little bit, please? Because I get the short term, get in, get out, no problem. But if you're locked in for 5 years or more, I'm not comfortable with that with bonds in a increasing interest rate environment.
Okay, the first thing is that the bonds are actively traded. So the one portfolios do not buy a bond and hold it till it matures.
Okay.
The managers will be trading in the markets. In the industry, we laugh and say to a bond manager, long-term is 2 weeks.
Okay.
So they may switch from a corporate to a government because of anticipated changes in the spread between them. But the real purpose of bonds in a portfolio, even a long-term portfolio, is to dampen the volatility.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know too many public organizations, be it a municipality, a foundation, an endowment, a charitable organization, pension fund, any kind of public organization that has been willing up till now to say, no, we're all in 100% volatility. If equity markets go down 40%, we go down 40%. Pension funds have had the ability to use different asset classes like real estate, like farmland, like timber, that have bond-like stability characteristics, but that's not allowed in the OREGs.
Right, right.
So the real purpose of the bonds is a volatility control, as opposed to, and some cash flow, as opposed to a real return vehicle.
Okay, that makes sense. In the proposal for the balances, I don't see any balance funds, but I definitely see sort of a balance fund weighting on some of those. Is that because one investor doesn't have a balanced, or is that just your way of leaving it open?
Yeah, their version of a balanced fund is made up of the 3 existing funds.
Okay, so you do it individually.
Yeah.
I don't think I had any other questions on this. I'm glad to see this come forward. I'll speak to it more when we get it on the floor, but this is, I mean, I've been asking about this for about 10 years and we finally got here now, and that's not anybody's fault. That's just, there wasn't the, council just didn't have the desire to look at it until now. And I'm really glad that we are. I do look at the one investor, what's it called?
One investment.
One investor will invest one as a kind of a compromise, a middle of the road right in to get us kind of used to it and looking at the prudent investor later on. But can you just speak to the cost for prudent investor? I saw in the report Toronto pays something like $500,000 in management fee for the board or something like that. What would the cost be for first of all, how many people would we need on the board, and what would the cost be approximately? Do you know?
Well, I can give you some estimates, and they're really almost more guesstimates. There are 2 ways you can enter into a prudent investor regime. You can set up your own investment board, or you can join an existing investment board known as a joint investment board, or JIB for short.
Yeah.
There is a JIB in Ontario that was set up with, I believe it was 4 or 5 municipalities as the initial investors. But other municipalities are welcome to join that. When Toronto was setting up their investment board, and I know this is footnoted in the actual full report, I believe their budget allocation just for the initial work to get an investment board set up was, I believe it was $658,000.
Okay.
Then there would be additional annual costs. So based on what I've seen of your reserve balances, I cannot imagine that it would be cost effective for Ajax to set up their own investment board.
Great. Okay.
To join the existing investment board, the existing JIB, there are no upfront costs. One did the initial work, spent the initial money, and then those costs are recouped through their very small management fee.
Okay.
So.
Okay, well, I do know the region is looking at this, and that may be something we look at a joint board with the region going down the road, and so we'll see where they go with this. Those are my questions. Anything else? Many members of council? Councilor Bauer?
Thank you, Mayor Collier. I saw that Director Valentin had her hand up a few minutes ago. I just wonder if there was a comment that you wanted to make.
Thank you, Councilor Barrett, through the chair. Just with regards to One Investment, they have specific portfolios set up. So I think Kelly can correct me, I think 3 or 4. So a bond, a money market, and equities. So those would be the portfolios that we would be looking at investing in.
Right.
That's correct, Diane.
Further, Lisa? No, okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Rogers. Thank you, Ms. Valentin. Appreciate it. And we'll get to the report in a few minutes. So now, last but not least, item 5.8, presentation, support local procurement policy. Bill O'Driscoll, Manager of Purchasing. Bill, whenever you're ready.
Hi, Mayor Collier, members of council. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak to you tonight. The report that was submitted to you in my presentation I'm going to deliver is the result of the research and the investigation I've done following up on the notice of motion that was put forward in May of this year. And next slide, please. And I just want to kind of highlight some of the keynotes out of that notice of motion. What I was tasked to do was to take a detailed look at our current purchasing bylaw, which was last amended in 2019, as well as any relevant policies. Take a look at the concept of local preference in terms of where it's currently sitting. Look at possible enhancements, but especially legally defensible enhancements that the town may implement. And also take into consideration concepts such as social procurement and community benefit that over the last number of years, they're not been adopted in a widespread way, but have been adopted in Ontario, most especially in the case of social procurement by the City of Toronto. One of the other things I was directed to do is take a look at the concept of an addition or incorporation of a value add into our bid documents. And that would be where bidders or proponents would provide additional information and incentives where there'd be consideration given or a nominal value provided or weighting provided to local vendors. And I was also tasked with taking a look at purchases that the town makes below our competitive threshold, which is currently sitting at 5,000. And then overall is seek a proper legal opinion on whether any of the recommendations to be put forward contravened any of the town's obligations with regards to national trade treaties. And the most notable one, obviously, is Canadian Free Trade Agreement, the international trade treaties, specifically the European Union Economic Agreement with Canada, and contravene any provincial legislation was a key component. And then come back and report to you folks now. So I want to kind of focus on, next slide, please, and take a look at some of the enhancements and recommendations that I want to put forward. Next slide, please. The key plank of my recommendations is to look at developing a very robust local supplier, regional supplier outreach and education program. I'd be collaborating with the manager of economic development here at the town, looking at doing business with Ajax semi-annual sessions. The key goal of that education session will be to get out and do a much more robust job than what's been done in the past in terms of educating our local and regional suppliers on what the town buys, how we buy, and talk to them about our standard terms, our bylaw, our procedures, our RFX documentation, like request for quote, request for proposal, and especially educate them on being able to access our opportunities through our e-bidding platform, and we use bids and tenders, which is ubiquitously used by many municipalities not just locally, but in the province of Ontario and across Canada. Next slide, please. I want to talk to you a little bit about what we're currently doing, and I think it's a good news story. Ajax is one of 8 full members in the Durham Purchasing Cooperative. It's currently chaired by the region of Durham. There are a number of associate members, I think about 5 associate members, but we're a full member. And we currently participate in half of their regional agreements. I've looked across at the portfolio in terms of what the town is currently participating in, and we're participating in all of the relevant major areas in terms of our usage of commodities and services, products, goods. So I'm satisfied that we've got robust participation right now by the town in DPC contracts. I want to continue to advocate for the town's continued participation in that, and I'm constantly looking and encouraging my staff to look at opportunities where we could tap in to existing regional agreements. The DPC also conducts a supplier information session every year. It was conducted just a few weeks after I started back in April. Albeit now the current one for this, the one for this year and the one last year was done remotely due to COVID, but the hope and the plan is that it's going to move back to an in-person session, hopefully starting in 22, if not 23. Next slide, please. I took a look at our purchases below the competitive threshold. I want to share with you some key data. I think I did an analysis of our purchase card data on our P card system, and I think the numbers are good. Greater than 30% of all of our P card purchases and greater than 42% of all of our transactions are with local suppliers, which I think is a very good number. I want to work with my staff and then look at assessing opportunities to look at aggregating purchases below the competitive threshold to see if there's opportunities for us to aggregate and build better local contracts if possible. Next slide, please. Now, I went out and I've, over the last number of weeks, I've been in discussion with external legal counsel at focusing on the legal defensibility of the value add. It's not being recommended for some very good reasons. There are certain circumstances, say in the case where there's only one local supplier, where the adoption of local preference would be considered or could easily be challenged as bonusing, which is clearly and by name prohibited by the Municipal Act in Ontario. That would almost assuredly open up the town to risk and exposure in terms of legal and commercial risk and litigation. And obviously I wouldn't recommend that. All of the supplier education, as well as the local and regional initiatives, we're continuing to work with the DPC. All of them were reviewed by external legal counsel and approved, and thumbs up were given to that. Next slide, please. So I wanted to kind of give you an overview of the research that I did in response to the notice of motion. I'm opening up now to questions that you guys may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Councillor Tyler Morin.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Mr. O'Driscoll. And I was very happy to second the motion. Very happy to see the work you've done and what we're looking at.
Questions, please.
Sorry, Mayor?
Questions, please.
Yeah, just kidding. Moving forward, when you're putting this together, or if this comes to fruition, there seems to be a situation where we as councillors, when we're around town, we get approached by different people asking, hey, I've got this company. I wonder if this could happen. And I wonder if there could be a situation where instead of giving, like, oh, I don't know, like it's a difficult answer. So it's a difficult question with a difficult answer. If we could have like a portal where we could send them to and say, listen, if you've got an idea, if you want to pitch something to the town, this is how you do it. And have something universal for all of us to be able to use. I'll just leave it there. That's just something that I've thought about through the months, and it comes up consistently. So just something that maybe you could look at.
Councillor Moran, let me respond to that. I think I would argue that even as a precursor to any kind of a more detailed or more robust education session that I'd look to develop with Samuel, the manager of economic development, I would strongly urge you that in your discussions with the constituency, please ask them. I would encourage them to email purchasing@ajax.ca. We have staff and myself that view that inbox actively, moment to moment, hour to hour, and we have standardized responses to that. But we also we look to kind of see anything meaningful that we feel could be relevant to operations staff, fire and emergency, that we would look to direct those types of interests and inquiries to the appropriate stakeholders within the town.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Thank you very much, Mr. Driscoll. Very interesting report. Thank you for doing the work. What is, and forgive me if I should know this, what is social procurement?
Yeah, so social procurement over the last 5 years has been spearheaded. Really, the vanguard for that in Ontario has been the City of Toronto. Prior to coming here to the town, for many years, about 6.5 years, I managed purchasing at the Toronto Public Library, and I was kind of involved, or I'd say at kind of at arm's length, and had a chance a little bit closer to kind of see what the City of Toronto was doing with regards to social procurement. It tends to kind of be cut along two lines. One is creating opportunities for diverse suppliers, certified diverse suppliers, and that could be women-owned groups, minority, majority-owned firms, BIPOC. It could be a host of different groups that are viewed as minority groups that perhaps are underrepresented as far as business opportunities. We'll call them diverse suppliers. And they typically, those diverse suppliers, let's say in the case of the City of Toronto, for example, they work with diverse supplier certification organizations to identify a list of potential bidders. The purchases that the City of Toronto makes are significantly higher than the town of Ajax, exponentially higher. And even for the City of Toronto, in terms of where they involve diverse suppliers, it represents a very, very small portion of their much larger spend. Operationally, it'd be very difficult, if not impossible, for us to be able to do that. I've discussed diverse supplier initiatives with my counterparts at the Durham Purchasing Cooperative. Our scale is so much smaller than the City of Toronto, you can't make that same comparison. The other line I talked about that social procurement is cut along is in workforce development, and it tends to be focused on significantly large construction tenders, where there are specific initiatives created within the tender requirements to hire X number of youth, to hire X number of people within a visible minority group. Does that answer your question, Councilor?
Yes, it does. It does. Thank you very much. Very interesting. That's my only question, Mayor.
Thank you. Anything further? Hearing, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Driscoll. Appreciate your presentation.
You're welcome. Good evening.
Well, folks, that concludes our presentations. We're almost 3 hours in. I would suggest we take a 10-minute break and come back here at 10 o'clock, please, to finish up. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, we are live again.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Moving on to correspondence. There's a number of pieces of correspondence that I'll just pull them: 5, 8, 12, 15, and 16. Any further members or pieces of correspondence? No, so we have, can I get a mover and a seconder for the balance, please? Moved by Councillor Tyler Moran, second by Councillor Khan. Let me just find where I am. I'm a little behind here. There we go. The report dated November 22nd, 2021, containing items of correspondence be received for information. Those in favor of the balance? That's carried. I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor Lee and speak to a couple of these.
Starting with item number 5, Mayor.
Item number 5, just I would like to move to endorse. This speaks to COVID funding and ongoing support, and there hasn't been any announcements of any further going forward. So I would just like to make that move to endorse, please, Chair.
I believe we need a seconder for that. Do we have a seconder for the endorsing? Regional Councillor Crawford. Any questions? Call the vote. All in favor for endorsing? Oppose and passes. Number 8, Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. Same thing. And you can do 8 and 12 together if you like. They're both the same with regard to vehicle noise. And we've had, and I think Councillor Crawford, I think, brought one. We've had a couple of motions come forward requesting the province and at the region as well with regard to the Highway Traffic Act and putting some sort of tools in place so that we may, counter the complaints that we're getting nonstop from loud exhaust. So I would like to move to endorse this as well, if I can get a second.
So the second is I saw Councillor Khan. We have to endorse items 8 and 12 of correspondence. Any questions, comments? Call to vote then. All in favor? Opposed? Passes. Item number 15.
Maybe if the clerk can scroll down, I don't remember what it was.
It's the concern of Omer's investment performance.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to this because all of our staff and most staff in most municipalities all have OMERS. So when I received this letter, I did a little bit of digging into it because I knew that when we passed the motion to look at our own investment policy, in the motion it said that they had a loss of 2.7% last year. So I went back and looked because there was some they were requesting that we pass a motion to request an independent review of the investment strategy for OMERS, I believe was the gist of the letter. So I reached out because I know a couple of the members on that board, and they sent me the most recent employer bulletin, and that was for the 1 year. And we had our own investment report just now about 20 minutes ago. And anybody that's ever made any investments knows things go up and down a little bit unless you do strictly GICs. 1 year at a minus 2.7 isn't indicative of the long term. Long term. So since that report, they've done 8.8%. And in the last year over, they've done 18.2%. And over the last 10 years, they've been over 10%. So on an average rate of return. So I just wanted to point that out for any staff or anybody, none of us are, but anybody who is with OMERS, that I don't think that letter really portrayed the true story, and I'm not going to support it, and I'm not going to move a motion for that independent report. I'm just going to move we receive that for information.
Great. Any other comments on this correspondence then? So we need a seconder to move to receive for information. We have a Councillor Bauer. Any questions, comments? Call to vote then. All in favor? Opposed? Passes. And then finally, item 16, removal of bike lanes from the Clarington Cycling Club.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like direction for me to write a letter in response to this on behalf of the town. I'll need a seconder for that, but this, and I'll speak to it if I get a seconder.
So we need a seconder. We have Councillor Bauer. And go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you. There's been a lot of misinformation out there about the decision on the Lower Harwood study that we had and the direction that council made for staff to begin the detailed design process. This is still going to come back and go through the full public process all the way through. This is in no way a done deal. This has to go through the full public process. But it's pretty clear to me from some of the information and some of the things I've seen and some of the letters I've received that people just think we're taking the paint off the road. And that is not the case at all. So I will write a detailed letter in response, and I have done one in response to another letter that didn't come as correspondence, but I just wanted that direction from council, please.
Anybody have any questions or comments? We have Regional Councillor Dyes.
Just a comment. I don't think it's that simple. Some of the concerns that I've had come forward to me via email speak to the point that there really was no purpose in taking it out. There, it's, I guess, much safer than a multi-purpose trail where there's a lot of conflicts. We see that on the waterfront. So this is an option here where we have the available space that we require. And that seems to be the problem. There's no point in taking it out when its use is, it's well used, it's well liked. We have the space available, and they feel it should just stay rather than remove it.
Okay, thank you, Regional Councillor Dyes. So the motion, I believe, then is to receive with a letter from the mayor in response. Is that correct, Mayor Collier?
Correct.
So we will, any other comments? Call to vote then, all in favor? And opposed? And that passes. And handing the chair back to the mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lee. Let me just catch myself up here. Okay, we have a number of reports. Item 7.11, catch up to where I was. On the Community Affairs and Planning report, moved by Councillor Khan, second by Councillor Tyler Morin. That the Community Affairs and Planning Committee report dated November 8, 2021 be adopted. Any questions on the CAP report? This is to do with the lake driveway? No? Okay, those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed, that's carried. Moving on to our next one. General Government Committee. We have moved by Councillor Bauer, second by Councillor Tyler Morin. That the General Government Committee report dated November 15th be adopted. Any question or comments on GGC? Nope, those in favor of receipt of approval, sorry. Any opposed? Seeing, hearing none, that is carried. Summary of Advisory Committee reports, moved by Councillor Lee, second by Councillor Dyes. That the Summary of Advisory Committee Activities report dated November 22nd, 2021, as attached to the meeting agenda, be received for information, and that the recommendations contained therein be referred to staff where applicable. Questions or comments on the Advisory Committee reports? Nope, those in favor of receipt? Any opposed? None opposed, that's carried. Moving on to departmental reports. Though we should have done this before, but I forgot. Item 7.4.1, the library service fall update. Moved by Councillor Khan, second by Councillor Crawford, that the library services 2021 fall update be received for information. Questions or comments on the library report? Hearing none, those in favor of receipt? I see all hands. It's carried. Next, item 7.4.2, the investment strategy. Moved by Councillor Tyler Morin, second by Councillor Bauer. The staff be directed to proceed with investing with one investment program option. The council authorized director, our finance treasurer, to complete all documentation. The proposed amendments to the current investment policy be approved, and the draft bylaw in this report be adopted. Any questions or concerns? I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on this, Mr. Clerk. I think this is an important step, and I would like it to be documented, please.
On the motion, in favor or opposed, Councillor Crawford?
In favor.
Regional Councillor Dyes?
In favor.
Councillor Khan?
In favor.
Regional Councillor Lee?
In favor.
Councillor Tyler Morin?
In favor.
Councillor Bauer?
In favor.
Mayor Collier?
In favor. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that passes unanimously. Moving on to departmental report 7.4.3, support local procurement policy, moved by Councillor Crawford, second by Councillor Bauer, that the council receive the report for information and that manager of purchasing collaborate with the manager of economic development to develop and implement a comprehensive local supplier education program. Questions, comments on the report? Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a comment where one of the reasons we cannot push local supplier is because it's considered bonusing. And I just thought it was ironic that we are constantly working to promote and encourage our residents to shop local and support local. But if we try to push the town purchasing local, it's called bonusing. So I just thought that was ironic when I read the report, and I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
I absolutely agree with you. Anything further on this? Nope. Those in favor of the report? I see all hands. That's carried. Thank you. Regional council reports. Does anybody have any regional council reports? Councillor Crawford.
Yeah, just quickly, from the Works Department, we had a very, very wholesome discussion around loud exhausts. I really think that that we're moving the bar a little bit. Like, it used to be just Ajax kind of, bringing it up and all that kind of stuff, but it seems to be widespread across Pickering, Whitby, and they're all coming out with their own motions. Good Roads came out with a motion. It was endorsed at Works. And I think that it's interesting, just the comments that we were having at the end of the meeting. We also discussed a lot of there was quite a few accidents on municipal roads over this last month involving teenagers. One was in Brock. There was 7 kids in a pickup truck, and one, a 15-year-old boy, lost his life. Speed was involved, inexperience was involved, and then another one in Pickering, on Pickering Parkway, where again it was weather conditions. Young driver lost control and speed, and a gentleman lost his life. And not only did that one family lose their life, but all of those lives, every single one of those lives, will be affected now for the rest of their life. The drivers, particularly, families of loss, injuries that happened during these accidents. And these accidents all happened on local roads, not on regional roads, but on local roads, which in my opinion is another reason why we should be able to expand that, the ASC program, so that it spans out further, so that we all know in every municipality there are roads that are dangerous. They don't deem the community safety zone, qualification. And so it's interesting though, because I think it is a bit looser than I thought it was. I thought it was much more restrictive, but I think that we as a municipality should be looking at other roads outside of school zones. I understand we want to keep our most vulnerable populations safe, but I feel that there are deaths happening on a road all the time, and I think it's important that we look at these roads. Anyway, that was a conversation that we had. I think Councillor Lee would like me to address the yard waste pickup, if that's okay. Can I do that now? So last week was a bit of a mess, but so I emailed Elaine, the CAO of the region, along with the chair. I copied the mayor, and the response that I got back from our Works Department is that there was a rumor that the region was pressuring Miller Waste to fire all unvaccinated employees. That actually is not true. Toronto fired many people because of unvaccinations, and Miller Waste lost many drivers to the city of Toronto to go and drive for the city of Toronto. They have been Miller Waste has been bringing in contractors from as far as Niagara Falls and Ottawa on their off days and overtime to be able to help with the pickup throughout Durham. They've got job fairs happening. Some of the issues are COVID related. Some of the issues are around their own vaccination policies. But I felt this week's pickup was much better. But again, they anticipate delays will continue right through to December, right through the end of the year, just because their staffs are so short. So that saying that, they are saying that yard waste, specifically what they are concentrating on is picking up garbage, recycling, and compost. Those are their priorities, obviously. And the yard waste will get picked up. It may not be on the same day as it's supposed to, but they are working to be able to do that. You also have the ability, if you have a vehicle, to put the yard waste bags on your own vehicle, take it to the transfer station, and I believe that's free of charge. That you can just take your own yard waste in and deal with it that way too. Anyway, so that's kind of an update. If there's any questions on that.
Questions, Councillor Lee?
Thank you. Through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford regarding works. Is there anything we can be doing to speed up this process with Miller Waste, or ultimately it's out of our hands?
Well, they're a private company that we contract, so it really is their company. So we don't really have a lot to do with it. I mean, we can push out their job fairs and those kinds of things, but we don't really have any control outside of that.
Great. Just wanted to make sure that we're doing everything we can. Looks like we are. Thank you for reaching out to the CAO and the chair on behalf of Ajax residents. It is something that I'm sure we're all getting, but ultimately, you know, the good news is the brown bag waste is getting picked up, just not as timely as we would prefer. But, you know, we only have, I think, 6 more weeks of this anyways, and then hopefully the snow will come down and we can move on. So thank you for following up for us. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. That's it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Dias, I saw your hand.
Thank you. Unfortunately, when I have my Health and Social Services meeting, it's a few weeks before this meeting. However, I did want to talk about the Medical Officer of Health in Durham Region, Dr. Kyle, who did report that, you know, we do have a fourth wave, and as he said, it's smoldering along. So we're not seeing the increase in peaks that we were seeing previously. However, we're still watching worldwide to see what's happening there and in Canada as well. The age group for 12 and up, 86% have now received the 1 dose, 83% 2 doses. So in total in Ajax, we've had 83.2% coverage with both vaccinations for 12 and over, which is a good result. The positivity rates do continue to decline. The risk is higher among unvaccinated people, which we know, particularly with those at risk too that have medical conditions who are older, and we have to still protect those. I know that the province announced today that the vaccines would be available for children 5 to 11. And I just wanted to remind people that, you know, the province makes the announcements. Unfortunately, it doesn't mean it's going to happen tomorrow. It takes a few days to pull everything together. They're pretty organized, but it still takes a few days. What you should do is go on to the Durham Regional site, the COVID site, and just check there if you want to see what the information is on those vaccines. They are still doing them in the vaccination centers that we've had for residents. So you'll find that information on their site. They also talked about at the meeting about herd immunity. There's a lot of questions from the public about the research from the vaccine and whether that makes a difference to have this proof of herd immunity. And the answer to that from Dr. Kyle was yes, that the world has experienced that it does work, this herd immunity, although we have increased herd immunity over 90%, more than what we thought we would need previously, but we're still seeing those numbers come down as more vaccines are put into the arms of our residents. So it's really a question or I guess, a question of answering those questions that people have and those fears that they have. So if you still know unvaccinated people, they can call the region and ask those questions that they have about the vaccine that they're concerned about. So that's it. Just check the website, and they expect that in a couple of weeks, those children will be getting their vaccines.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Crawford.
I thought it was through you, Your Worship, to Regional Councillor Dyes. I thought it was very encouraging that the province had released rapid tests over the Christmas holidays to parents. They're basically going home, I think, is it 5 or 6 rapid tests for their kids that they could administer to their children, especially if you're traveling outside of Canada, so that before they come back to school, they will know whether or not they've been exposed or not. So I thought that was very positive. I think it's like a $40 million investment into the education, which I think is absolutely necessary. And I'm so happy to hear about the vaccinations in the younger, because we know that many of the cases are coming out of the schools right now. So it's great to be able to get our kids vaccinated. So anyway, thank you.
Well, I agree. And there was a really interesting program on that on CBC Radio today that's worth Googling. And it had the experts on talking about the vaccines and how it works for children. And it's according to age, not weight, because that's a lot of the questions as well. So it's worth having a look at that. Thank you.
Anything further? Okay. If there's nothing further, I have moved by Councillor Dyes, seconded by Councillor Khan. Let me catch up here again. That the Regional Council reports of November 22nd, 2021 be received for information. Those in favor? Any opposed? Nope, see no hands. That's carried. Moving on to business arising from notice of motion. We have reducing litter super community mailboxes, moved by Councillor Lee, seconded by myself. So I will turn this over to Councillor Crawford.
Okay. Would you like to introduce your motion?
Chair, I think it's on the page there, and ultimately I'll just go to the resolution that Operations and Environmental Services be directed to design a pilot recycling program for the super community mailboxes in Ajax, report to the GGC in January 2022 with program details, service levels, resources, and other associated costs for consideration as part of the 2022 operating budget, and discuss the potential of the region of Durham piloting the pickup of recyclables as part of the weekly residential collection schedule. Number 2, the mayor sent a letter to Canada Post requesting that they immediately repair damaged mailboxes and work with staff to resolve increasing litter issues at CMBs. 3, corporate communications be directed to execute a specific anti-litter campaign for CMBs, including a dedicated webpage, educational material, and anti-litter signage at sites. And a copy of this be shared with Canada Post and the region of Durham. I'll also add, just as a friendly of the seconder, the MPs of Durham region as well. I'll just speak on this very quickly. This was brought up by a resident, Chris Prudell. He's been fantastic at doing self cleanups of his community in terms of stormwater ponds, just trails, and he's at an area that has a super community mailbox. So I think it's like 8 by 8 or 4 by, it's the larger ones than most standard subdivisions have, and it's a problem where people are not disposing of their junk mail, we'll call it, adequately. And so yes, I get the point that residents should be taking their mail home. I get that. I understand that more than anybody, right? But at the end of the day, it's not happening. And I would love to just implore residents and do a plea, but I also think it's within our power as a municipality to try something like this, to see if it works, to encourage residents, to remind them to put things in the recycling, and to encourage them to, recycle things, I suppose, just throwing it anywhere, B, back into the mail slot. I see that a lot as well. And the other part of this motion also encourages Canada Post to regularly check up on these mailboxes, which I don't think they're doing as regularly as they should be. So ultimately, I would appreciate council support. This is only a pilot project. This isn't something permanent that's going to be implemented throughout the town, but I think there's an opportunity here for us to eliminate a lot of the trash that we're seeing between mailboxes. Thank you, Chair.
Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. Just very quickly, everything Councillor Lee said, and this has just been something that has been a problem long before I was here on this council. It's something we deal with every term. We try and work with Canada Post. They're of the opinion that they're being paid to deliver the flyers, so it would be against or not in good faith if they were to pick up the waste, which is, unintentionally or intentionally a download to the residents, to the cost of the residents of the town of Ajax and all municipalities. And I think we have to do something. We owe it to ourselves, we owe it to our residents to keep Ajax clean. And I mean, the resources are there. We just have to figure it out. So I absolutely support having this report come back and hopefully find a solution. It does say January, just because if there is something we can do, then it will be able to fit into the operating budget for this year and we can get things going. Thank you.
I see Regional Councillor Dyes and then Councillor Tyler Morin.
I just have a question about these super mailboxes. Are these flyers being put directly into the mail slot or just shoved in between the boxes?
Both, Regional Councillor Dyes, and it's getting to the point where it's untenable. It is.
Well, I get all that. I just, is the mail delivery person putting it in between the boxes, or is that the residents that take it out and just shove it in her?
It's the residents.
Okay. And I understand that it's been a problem for years and years, and the mayor is quite right. However, the cost of setting up a pilot program for Ajax would mean that it's our responsibility then to keep that up. And that's the concern. Because you know what happens when you increase the tax rate base.
Mm-hmm.
It's my concern. Thank you.
Councillor Tyler Morin.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So specifically in this motion, and I'd like to say thank you to Chris Prudell for all the good work you've done in the town that Regional Councillor Lee has alluded to. Specifically, the last and whereas a number of municipalities, including Markham and Richmond Hill, have incurred the expenses of providing recycling pickup services at the mailbox. Specifically to 1C, where it says discuss the potential of regional piloting the pickup for recyclables as part of their weekly residential collection schedule. I suppose we know that weekly there is a residential pickup for blue boxes at your residence. So this is what I want to say. I was a letter carrier actually for a couple of summers when I was much, much younger. I have a community mailbox outside that window for the last 21 years. And I put garbage cans and I put blue boxes at my community mailbox. And it's 3x4. It's not as big as the ones that you claim, or sorry, that you say are super mailboxes. And the blue boxes absolutely 100% failed. There was so much garbage in there that had nothing to do with recycle. It was an absolute failure. Also, when we refer to these flyers as junk mail, okay, these are businesses. These are all flyers here. Every one of these flyers that came in my mailbox. By the way, a letter carrier cannot put his mail outside of the mailbox. But all these businesses here, okay, we say that we support local business. They took time to spend money on ink and printing and get a contract with Canada Post and send them out there. And to me, by making it convenient for people to just shove it in the mailbox is counterintuitive to what we talk about small business. To me, the flyer needs to end up on the kitchen table. They say, oh, the next night we're going to order pizza or whatever. I understand, by the way, that we all want a clean community mailbox. What I do is I check it every single day. And if there's one piece of garbage on the ground, I pick it up. I think we all want the same thing because I'm right with Chris Prudell. I don't want dirt at the mailbox, but I'm totally against putting a blue box or a garbage can there because I think it's against business. And I think it's also failed because I've done it and it did not work. I've tried garbage cans and blue boxes. So those are my comments right now. Thank you.
I have Councillor Khan. Can I come back to you, Mayor Collier?
Sure.
Okay, Councillor Khan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's pretty much to what my colleagues, local colleagues, Lisa Bauer and Rob Talamoran said. Now, Lisa just said earlier, Councillor Bauer said, we claim to support local businesses. We claim that, and we push and we promote them. And also, what Rob just said, Councillor Talamoran just said, people spend a lot of money on printing and Canada Post to get their mails out. And there's a system. So I understand there's people who have got no respect for our community and throws it down. But then giving them that opportunity is dump it. When it gets on your dinner table, there's still an opportunity for you to look at it again before you go to your blue bin. And in my field, in my profession, it's very valuable flyers, and giving them that first opportunity to toss it in the garbage, it's not supporting local businesses. Now, listen, I understand what you're saying, Regional Councillor Lee and Mayor Collier, and I support it because you want to have our town clean, but it's a disservice to local small businesses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mayor Collier?
Well, I'm going to respectfully disagree to both those last couple of statements. I mean, some wards are lucky enough to have home delivery. Most of South Ajax actually, so they don't have this situation. Okay, you go south of Bailey, you don't have this problem because you get home delivery. And we didn't make the decision to not do home delivery everywhere else. Canada Post did. They've got their business model. But you know what? I've got my business model too, running this town, and all of us do. So I have no disrespect for any businesses, but Councillor Tyler Moore, and I don't see any difference between you going and putting a blue bin out there and collecting it and us putting a blue bin out there and collecting it. Like, what's the difference?
I think what he was saying was that it didn't work.
But okay, but we have to try something. We can't just sit and put our head in the sand and not try it. Councillor Lee has somebody in his area where it absolutely does work. Not for everybody, but we have to do something. We can't just sit back and I understand, Councillor Khan, you have a printing company and this is personal for you, and I get that. And I mean, no disrespect to small business, but I mean, there's a lot of other ways that this can be done as well. And paper through the mail is not where we're going long term, but we need, and it's not just the flyers. It's a lot of other stuff, everyone from Bell Canada to everybody else with all their marketing material. And I don't qualify them as small business. Maybe like end user responsibility, the provincial government should be doing something to make the producers pay for this. If they want to tack 5 cents on every small business who wants to print something and put it in the mail and send it out so we can clean it up, no problem. But nobody's doing that. So it falls on us to do it. So I understand what everybody's saying, and I'm not going to try and predetermine the outcome. All we're asking for is a report to tell us, will the region pick it up? I don't know. Maybe. What's it going to cost? I don't know. Maybe it's cost prohibitive. We're just getting the information. So I just don't want to make it something it's not right now. Let's just get the information and then decide where we're going to go.
Regional Councillor Lee?
Unless anyone else has any other comments, I just kind of want to sum up of, I guess, by nature
there's other comments. Do you want to hold your
I'll hold that. Yeah, please. I'll hold.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to let Councillor Bauer go first, and then Rob, you can go after that.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the motion. And yes, I'm one of the lucky residents that has the mail delivered to my mailbox that's beside my front door. So, but I know lots of people who have the community boxes. So I would hope that, and this is what I do, and I hope other residents do it, when you do pick up your mail and you see the pile of papers or flyers or postcards, etc., before you just turn a blind eye and dump it in your box, you actually take a quick look at what they are, and the ones that you think, hey, that sounds like a good place, or oh, I was looking for that, you'll keep that in your pile. And then the other ones you will put in the blue. So, I don't think it's a matter of you just take it, you don't even look and you toss it. I would hope. So just as a comment to what Councillor Khan and Councillor Tyler Moran said, where we're doing a disservice by not promoting or supporting local, 100%, we all know that we support local and shop local as much as we can. But as far as the flyers themselves, I think that's a resident responsibility to take a quick look, keep what you want, and recycle the others. And I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Tyler Moran.
Thank you for letting me back in. So I just want to be clear. I wasn't suggesting anybody on this council is not for small business. Like, that's silly. I wasn't suggesting that. I also want to make it clear that I don't have a blue bin by my box. I put it there for a year. I put a garbage can there for a year, and they both failed. So just want to be clear. Thank you.
If I could just add a comment, if that's okay. We already have a lot of trouble with our garbage pails at the parks. I walked by a garbage pail the other day, well, this morning actually, 3 big bags of garbage. Somebody's garbage was there, big green bags. I think the issue, and I understand what this motion is saying, that you're just simply asking the region if they will do this. That's, I guess, what you essentially are asking for. But I think that if you put something at a mailbox, you might get recycling, but you might get somebody's garbage, you might get Tim Hortons cups. So what happens then is the region then responsible, or Miller Waste? And as I just said, Miller Waste is having enough trouble as it is trying to get the garbage from the residents. Is it their responsibility then to go through that blue box and try and figure out where it goes? I don't know. I think it's absolutely disgusting that a resident would pick up their garbage, their mail, and then literally toss it on the ground. I cannot tell you how much that makes me crazy. It takes literally no effort whatsoever to take the freaking garbage back to your house and put it in your own blue bin that is provided for you. And if it isn't, can come to you for free. I delivered 200 lids for these bins so that the stuff wouldn't blow all over town. I cannot tell you how angry it makes me that they think that they have the liberty to throw garbage on the ground at the cost of the other residents. It makes me insane. So I call it lazy. I thank Chris for doing all the work that he has done to keep it clean. And I totally understand his frustration, because it's just making my blood boil thinking about it. Now, Councillor Lee, would you like to close?
Sure. I think, sorry, I think ultimately one of the gaps is that we assume that, like people, if you're already looking through your mail now, like Councillor Bauer suggests, that you're not going to do that, which is, I think, a fallacy of, you've already started the habit of looking through your mail, right? This is for people who aren't even looking at the mail, aren't bringing it home, and automatically throwing it in between the slots, back into the outgoing mail, and just creating a bigger issue altogether, right? So we're just like saying, rather than just throw it on the ground, we're going to provide a box for you, and we're going to see whether this is something that Miller Waste on their route, which is through every subdivision anyways, can pick up. That'd be great, right? And it's really, I don't really see a significant added cost, but that's what the pilot project is meant to do. We talk about, our war on litter, how we, on Earth Day, we pick up trash and we pat ourselves on the back. I'm just trying to think of ultimately, this is to think of a long-term solution, and maybe it's going to fail. To the mayor's point, we don't know how this is going to play out. It could be, $500,000, in which case, yeah, no one's going to support that. But to not try under the guise that this is going to do irreparable harm to small business is I don't grant that fallacy, right? I think all the real estate agents that are dropping flyers every week, the same flyer every week, as well as having signs outside their sold houses and everything, I think they're going to do just fine. And I also think we will still see them if I want to buy or sell a house. I think restaurants, the chains, the McDonald's, Harvey's, Swiss Chalet, franchise owners, 100%. If I want to keep those coupons, I will keep those coupons. But ultimately, I don't want this trash, to Maryland Regional Councillor Crawford's point, be blown everywhere, which is what's happening. So I appreciate, the staunch defense of small business. I understand it. This isn't that. This is just providing a pilot to see if, as a municipality, can we just permanently take care of a known problem in almost exclusively in my ward. I don't think there's many if any houses have home delivery in Ward 2. So that's why I think it's a Ward 2 issue. And at the appropriate time, I will ask for a recorded vote. So thank you all for your consideration.
Is there any other comments? Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me back in. So I'm just very pleased that we have had this discussion. So when they are looking into the program, the pilot program, they will take our concerns into consideration. It's not just, it went right under the, or over the radar, under the radar, but they should take our considerations and our discussion, well, into consideration. So thank you.
I have a question. Okay, never mind. There was a call for recorded vote.
Okay, on the motion, in favor or opposed, Regional Councillor Lee.
In favor.
Councillor Tyler Morin.
Opposed.
Councillor Bauer.
In favor.
Mayor Collier.
In favor.
Regional Councillor Dyes.
Opposed.
Councillor Khan.
In favor.
And Chair Crawford.
Opposed.
That carries.
Okay, I hand it back to you, Mayor Collier.
Thank you. Moving on to review of fireworks bylaw, moved by Councillor Lee, second by Councillor Crawford. I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, point of order. I think land acknowledgement is next, Chair. 9.2.
Where am I? Oh, I apologize. You are correct. 9.2, land acknowledgement motion moved by Councillor Bauer, second by Councillor Khan. Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Yes, and thank you, Councillor Khan, for seconding my motion. It's pretty straightforward. Our mission statement for the town is that we are leaders. We strive to be leaders in all that we do. And one of our action plans is to recognize and celebrate Indigenous history. And I think we have been leaders in that field. We have shown leadership. One of the first things we did in our term of council was to update our land acknowledgement in consultation with the Indigenous community. We are the first municipality, I think this is right, in Durham region that installed the permanent flagpole and the MSIFN flag, Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. The Mayor's Gala and the Ajax Pickering Hospital are supporting the creation of the town's Indigenous community and healing garden. So we've really done a lot of work here. And I think that adding, I look at it not so much as reading the acknowledgement, but offering the acknowledgement. It's a small step towards truth and reconciliation that I think is very meaningful, as Grandmother Kim said at the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. These small words and actions are meaningful and important. And it doesn't take a lot of time. Our land acknowledgement tonight, Councillor Tyler Morin recited it or offered it in 59 seconds. I've seen it at other meetings. I've been timing them 44 seconds. So it's in between 45 and 60 seconds. So think of that offering an acknowledgement of something that's been kind of ignored historically. We can add that to our CAP and GGC meetings. And I think that's really important that we do that. So I ask for your support in this motion. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak on the motion? I don't see any hands. Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Bauer.
Point of order, Chair. I thought Councillor Khan put his hand up.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. Councillor Khan.
Thank you very much. Just a little comment that when Councillor Bauer said, instead of saying reading, offering, it means a lot. And I'm quite honored that I was offered the opportunity to second this motion, and we are leaders in the community. And I'm proud to see this come forward. And of course, we would love the support of our council colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of council wish to speak to this?
Chair, if I could please ask for a recorded vote at the time.
Sure, sure. I'll just say it's interesting to see other groups have actually continued to do the Indigenous offering, but have modified it slightly as well, like the Anti-Black Racism, Ajax Anti-Black Racism Task Force, for instance. And it is applicable to several when it's done that way, and it actually is done very well. So absolutely going to support this. Madam Clerk, recorded vote's been called.
In favor or opposed, Counselor Bauer,
In favor?
Counselor Crawford,
In favor.
Regional Counselor Dyes,
In favor?
Counselor Khan,
In favor.
Regional Counselor Lee,
In favor?
Counselor Tyler Morin,
In favor.
Mayor Collier.
In favor. Carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Councilor Bauer. Moving on to review of fireworks bylaw, Regional Councilor Lee and Regional Councilor Crawford.
Thank you, Chair. So this kind of came from the fact that Diwali was just earlier a few weeks ago, and the town of Whitby had passed a bylaw allowing the use of fireworks during Diwali. And I realized that Ajax, one of the most diverse, huge Hindu population, prides itself on diversity. We actually have a very restrictive fireworks policy, which only restricts it, if I'm not mistaken, to Victoria Day, probably Labor Day and Canada Day. And I think that needs to be fixed. I think we need to start embracing other cultures that specifically, incorporate fireworks as part of their celebrations. And this is just to ask the fire department to look into this, and along with our diversity inclusion coordinator, to see if some sort of updating of the policy can happen, not so much for this year, but for the coming years, to reflect, our growing diversity and the fact that we lean into that. So I would appreciate council support on that.
Thank you. Sorry, who's seconded this? Councilor Crawford. Did you want to speak to this?
Ditto to what Regional Councilor Lee said.
Anybody else wish to speak to this? I'll just add, I'm glad to see this is coming in this form. I didn't want to do a one-off just to allow for one event. I know that Whitby did, but Whitby's policy is not as restricted as ours. Ours is written by the fire department, our fireworks bylaw, and there is no flexibility for us to allow that without a motion for council, which I think sends the wrong message, making exception for one group over others. I think bringing this forward, doing a full comprehensive look at the entire bylaw and looking at all different groups and their needs is a much more inclusive way to deal with this. So thank you, Councilor Lee and Councilor Crawford, for bringing this forward. Sorry, Councilor Khan, I saw your hand quickly there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've discussed this a bit, and we have a great diversity in Ajax, and just be aware when we open this, it's going to be for a lot of different groups, like the mayor said, right? So we have to be prepared for that. It's not just going to be for Diwali, it's going to be for many other holidays that's going to be there. So make sure that whatever happens, it covers all of that, because it's not only going to be for Diwali. So just to make that note. Thank you.
Councilor Dyes, is your hand up? Yeah.
Thank you. So I noticed through COVID, there were a lot of fireworks going on many weekends before Labor Day, after Labor Day, same with Canada Day as well. And they were much bigger, better displays than we normally had when we were doing fireworks at home for years. So I'm wondering if this will also look at will look at the intensity or the size and scale of these fireworks that people are buying to, burn right in their own backyard, and what the consequences of that are. So on my street, where I have development undergoing right now, and it was just roughed in with wood, they had a huge firework display. It was awesome. But I know from doing fireworks in Pickering for years and years and years, and going there to watch the Canada Day works, that, you know, you can easily start a roof on fire. So I guess I just want to be comfortable that there is somebody is looking at the types of fireworks that you can purchase for these displays.
I'm sure that will form part of the report. Anything further on this? Okay, those in favor of the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That passes. Moving on to bylaws. Councillor Bauer, I think you wanted to pull 77-2021 for a question.
Yes, please. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, could I just have a reminder exactly what this bylaw is, what we are passing here?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, it's a part lot control bylaw. So essentially when you have block townhouses, this is the town's covered underneath a bylaw, part lot control. Picture it as a blanket, lays over the whole municipality. You lift part lot control, so you lift the blanket up. You can put the lot lines in for the townhouses, then you put the blanket down and it locks the lot lines in place. That's probably the easiest way to explain it. Okay. And this is typically done in condominium townhouses, semi-detached homes, other types of multi-attached grade-related development.
Okay.
And council sees quite a number of these over the course of the year.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Dr. Romanowski. Thank you, Mayor.
No problem. I figure we'd do that first before we do them in all rather than separate. So I have moved by Councillor Tyler Moore and second by Councillor Dyes, the bylaw number 70-2021 to 77-2021 be read a first, second, third time and passed. Those in favor of the bylaws? Are there any opposed? There's none opposed. That's carried. Is there any notice of motion? No notice. There you go. New business and announcements. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with this Saturday is the Drive-By Santa Claus Parade. I'm not sure if our Director of Rec and Culture is on the line, but I don't know if are there still spaces available for cars, or are we fully booked? Putting you on the spot, Chris, I'm sorry.
Yeah, through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee, I believe we are fully sold out at this point in time, but if you reach out to Robert Gruber, he may be able to provide you some assistance there. I do believe it's sold out though right now.
Well, good news then, it's sold out. It'll be a drive-by, so the cars will drive by all the floats. So it's a, I know Regional Councillor Crawford loves Christmas and loves the Santa Claus Parade. It'll be our version of that with the pandemic still going. And then tomorrow, any Ward 2 residents watching, Councillor Khan and I will have our Ward 2 I was going to call public open house. It's not that. It's just the ward meeting tomorrow with guests, DDSB Representative Patrice Barnes, to answer any questions about schooling and any questions you have about that. So hope to see residents there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other notices or announcements? New business, Councillor Khan.
Public service announcement. International Men's Day was November 19th, a few days ago. And, I've been following up with Movember. And for the last 22 days, I've got a lot of knowledge. It's scary. And, just that report we just had, that region is getting $25 million a year to take care of homelessness. And the highest number of homelessness are single adult males. Globally, one man dies by suicide every minute of every day. And men have a suicide rate 3 times higher than women. And 1 of 3 men have been victims of domestic violence. And I'm shocked because the people who are encouraging me to do this are women. So I think men are our own enemies because we don't support each other. We can't go to our buddy and talk to them about it because they'll make fun of us. So I think we need to be aware and we need to be a buddy and help our friends because the suicide rate is very, very high for men, right? And one last thing, Save a bro, grow mo. Thank you.
Thank you. I did that once, Ash. Never again. Any other notices and announcements? I have a couple. The first, we've got automatic speed enforcement starting in January. We just approved it as part of our general government committee tonight. And there is a public information session on Tuesday, November 30th at 7 p.m. on the automatic speed enforcement program. I'll give you the program overview and a full question and answer with transportation services. You need to register online at ajax.ca/ASE. The other one I have is the Live with the Mayor coming up on December the 7th, the Live with the Mayor series starting again. It's being held at a local business, Malpac, who have actually done very well during the pandemic. They've benefited from the increase in online and shipping sales, that type of thing. We're holding it there December 7th, 7 p.m. You can attend in person or online, facebook.com/myajax to register. Watch live at facebook.com/myajax, or you can register to be part of the virtual audience. And finally, one thing I forgot to say on the Canada Post blue bin bylaw or motion was all you have to do is take a little post-it note. If you're one of these Superbox people, just put no flyers, please. Put it in there, and they stop putting the flyers in your box. And then there's nothing else to throw away. Just there's another public service announcement there, Councillor Khan. That's all I have. Anybody else? Okay. Moving on to the confirming bylaw, we have moved by Councillor Bauer, second by Councillor Khan. That bylaw number 78-2021 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ajax at its regular meeting held on November 22nd, 2021 be read a first, second, third time and passed. Those in favor of the confirming bylaw? I see all hands. That's carried. Finally, moved by Councillor Crawford, second by Councillor Tyler Morin, that the November 22nd, 2021 meeting of the Council of the Town of Ajax be adjourned. Those in favor? Carried.